Hello everyone. What is going on? We are here with day 2 of the hidden Christmas casting. Go ahead and pull up the proper drafts here. One moment. And I gotta make sure.
But I just made sure I finished my DM set in 1 hour to be here on time. Oh, Jav's DM.
Just listen to the Twitch. Alright, so let's take a quick look at where things stand. So this isn't actually the most up-to-date spoilers for yesterday, if you don't want to know. Yesterday's set we had Fairy Lights proceeding to the semifinals, and I believe it was Bobble proceeding to the semifinals. So the next semifinals on the left side of the bracket will be Fairy Lights versus Bobble. But for today, we have first up Candy Cane versus Chimney, and then after that we'll be having Snowman versus Grinch. I haven't really heard a lot of solid guesses on most of these. I think we have a pretty good idea Snowman's probably Harry T. If you watch his set versus Christmas Bell, where Christmas Bell seemed pretty likely to be Maxi, had a lot of things that pointed to Harry, including his chatting, his his sort of picks of more aggressive CA, and he likes his FC all-ins, although funnily enough, his opponent went for the Burmese Arambai play instead. But when it comes to the other set, Chimney versus Candy Cane, a lot of people seem to think Candy Cane was Phoebus Apollo, who I'm not very familiar with, so I can't say too much about, but apparently is a big fan of cavalry. And Chimney, I don't know. To be honest, I feel like Chimney could be a lot of different players. It's kind of hard to tell. I did hear a lot of people guess Javisti, so could be them. Not entirely sure. We'll see if we can get some more info from them. Reminding ourselves of who we have at play here. So if you take a look in the bottom right, we have Harry T. One TC pushes and then he adds TCs later. Like unique units. He's a big fan of Turks, so I would actually be really surprised if his opponent today. I mean, I guess his opponent might not think he's facing as Harry T in the form of Snowman, but if he does suspect that, then they should probably definitely ban Turks. I feel like that's just what you should do. But maybe they feel confident against it, so they're not so worried about it. And if we take a look at Phoebus Apollo, open maps, late imp times, cavalry lover, likes the Incas and the Chinese. So keep an eye out for those things. See if Candy Cane does confirm both of those. And when it comes to Chimney and Grinch, hard to say. I feel like it could be a lot of different options. I mean, if it is Javisti, according to Javisti, he likes to go for Shuttles and Camel Archers. I also know that Javisti does like the Sicilians, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see if we see that play out in the drafts. I think I did spot Sicilians in the drafts there. We'll see if that gives us any clues if Chimney might be so inclined in that direction. I mean, I know it doesn't say it here, but I watched, I think it was from somewhere. It's part of the big dog competition that this dino does. Anyway, let's take a look back at the drafts here. So we have, I've got the wrong, so this is not Snowflake as a Candy Cane. My bad. This should be, what is it? Chimney. Got the wrong thing. Chimney. And make sure I got the right sides. That should be the other way around. Okay, so this is actually Candy Cane, and this is Chimney. So we have, for the map picks, Frozen Forest will be our admin pick. It's kind of like a Golden Stream map. And then, interestingly, we have picked by Candy Cane, Snow Arabia and Vinland Saga. Chimney picking Permafrost and Rockslide. And we do see very interesting here. Chimney picks George, which gets sniped. Then picks Sicilians a second pick, which does strike me as a Javisti thing, if you ask me. Then goes Persians, Japanese, Khmer, Huns, Vietnamese, and then Candy Cane goes Armenians, Chinese, Incas, Byzantines, Portuguese, which gets sniped, Qajars, Vikings. And we have both Incas and Chinese, so I don't know if this player is trolling or this definitely is Phoebus Apollo, because we saw, I'll show you again, both were here for Phoebus Apollo's self-reported favorite two civs. Now, something to keep in mind as well is that as artist told me yesterday, that the players went into this quarterfinals without any knowledge of the cast from the previous round of 16. So this couldn't be an impersonator trying to double down on someone thinking it's Phoebus Apollo. This seems to indicate it's probably Phoebus versus maybe Javisti. I guess we'll see how things play out. I don't see any big water on this setup here. Permafrost is, I would say, a hybrid map, though. So maybe Javisti is enjoyer of that. I'm not sure. Rockslide also is definitely, water is a big part of that. But you know, still, I mean, if you ask me, the Sicilian second pick is very suspicious, because who else would do that? If someone else were to pick Sicilians, they would likely pick it as one of the last picks, right? Like in a similar way you might pick Goths as like one of the last two picks, as kind of a cheesy like troll pick that you might toss in just to screw with someone, but is not super vital. You know, burning your second pick on Sicilians is kind of I mean that's inspired, to be clear. I think that's pretty interesting. And taking a look at the rest of the civs here, I think the Portuguese pick is definitely for the rock slide. If anyone was around on yesterday's stream, I mentioned how the fact that the water on that map can be super important. If you get caravels on it, it can be a big deal, because they actually do decently against land. And also there's so many, like the water is so tight, there's not a lot of space to maneuver around widthwise. So your ships are going to bunch up a lot, meaning it's really good for a caravel, which has pass-through damage. So it's really smart for Chimney to ban that out. Probably just thinks it's just a little too strong there and doesn't want to have to worry about it, which we did sort of see also in last game, where I think we only saw two caravels come out from Varialites, but it was significant, and things weren't looking good anyway. But I could just imagine if that game went any further, those would continue to be an eternal pain. So good ban there. And then of course Candy Game banning out the first pick Georgians. Georgia just being a good civ, of course, and we do have Snowrabia, so they are going to do well on Snowrabia, which is basically just another form of Arabia with snow. And Byzantines, Incas, Chinese. So, you know, a lot of nice kind of hybrid civs here and open civs. We'll see the hybrid in Frozen Forest, Permafrost, and Rockslide. Snowrabia and Vinland Saga not actually having any water. Well, they have frozen water, which is also called ice in some places, but you can't actually dock on that, and ships do not know how to drive through the ice. And we do have Vikings, which is interesting. So Vikings could be for Rockslide for longboats on there. You know, Vikings is an interesting pick. I really like Vikings, but they're not a very good pick on a lot of hybrid maps because they lack fires. It's actually a really big deal. Even if, I mean, they have really good galley line, and the longboats are greater too, of course, but the, you know, it's kind of like, even if you have a lot of galleys and you have enough to micro down the enemy fires, you want to have some kind of fires in front of your own to tank some shots from the enemy fires, and maybe some demos as well. And also the fires are quicker to destroy docks, so it can make a big difference. All right, but it looks like the Twitch stream is getting into the game here, so we will do the same. Get into the casting here. Make sure I got everything set up. So Candy Cane versus Chimney here. All right, so here we are. Welcome everyone to game one. We have in this set are in this game. Candy Cane with the Armenians, and Chimney with the Sicilians. In the blue, Candy Cane being in the orange. We're playing on Frozen Forest. So, Sicilians pick on the very first game. Very interesting. We'll see how they play with that. And we have up against the Armenians. Both kind of strange civs, I guess you could say. Not typically seen as super high performing. But to be fair, this is still a pretty high level, you know, around 15 to 1700 elo, but not pro rank. So, you know, at pros you can only do so much because everyone, the margin of error is very small. Now, this map is similar to another map you may have seen called, I think it's Rocky Forest. So if you take a look at all of these wood lines, they have little bits of ice. Or actually, you see this in like Land Madness as well, and Marsh Madness. So you can't actually build a lumber camp right up flush next to the wood line. And you also cannot wall up. So we have these kind of passes with this like little slope in between the edges. And you cannot wall that. Cannot wall this either. Now, you can build buildings, of course. I mean, you can build stuff and you can sort of make a kind of choke point, which can still be good. Especially if, for example, you're building donjons. That could be quite useful. A bit of a forward stone for Chimney, however. I mean, there's a stone in the back, so if you want to build a bunch of donjons, it's not that out of the question. But, yeah, you can't fully wall up. It's still maybe good to kind of... I mean, you basically, what you have to do if you want to wall up, you have to build walls around, like, just sort of shorter walls. Mule cart is actually kind of nice because, you know, you might get kicked off of this wood line and then you don't have to worry about, you know, having spent a lumber camp. You can just move it over, which is always a nice feature of the mule cart. Pulling in the boar, I don't know where these bills went, but that's just fine. Worked out in the end. Pulling it over, pushing in a deer here. Now, they're pretty close on this particular gen. They haven't scouted each other just yet. But from what I've seen is that there's pretty much always going to be two crossings here at some point on the side, wherever this this sort of circle with the two lines decide to generate. Pushing in deer for Candy Cane. Bringing another sheep, another deer, another boar here. So, especially given the fact that you can't really wall and how close their TCs are, I'm expecting quite a bit of aggression. Ooh, went to the wrong panel there. When we look at Armenians versus Sicilians, so I've actually played this matchup. I believe it was an Alchemy League. So it's kind of interesting. If you are working with sergeants late game, which we may not really see, because I'm kind of expecting this won't go that late, one way or the other. But if you play with sergeants late game, one issue they run into is the fact that you can't make them out of barracks. Now, luckily, it's not just out of castles. You have donjons, of course, which are really good. I mean, they're really good structures, to be honest, for sort of holding a position. Kind of like, you know, if you think about a tower rush from the Koreans, for example, but you can make units out of them. So, you know, presumably if you're going to go sergeants, you're going to build a lot of donjons so you can produce a lot of sergeants. But the problem you can run into is if those donjons start to get destroyed, you don't really have much of production. And then when you go against the Armenians, they want to produce out of barracks, so they don't have that problem. And you can see things can kind of easily fall apart there if you just don't have the production for it. And then otherwise, you know, what do they make? Well, they could go for knights. Their knights are just fine. But if you're spec'd into sergeants, it's going to be kind of awkward to go for that. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know what Chimney has in mind. You don't have to play for a dungeon rush. I think the dungeon rush is probably one of the weakest things the Sicilians can do. Like, it's just not very good unless you're at a low elo, no offense, and then the people don't know how to handle it. But of course, when you're this high elo, you don't really want to deal with it. See the barracks coming up for Candy Game. We won't see a barracks for Chimney because we're just going to see a donjon dropped, which does service as the barracks as far as required buildings go. We see a stable, which is, I mean, I guess that's fine. I always feel like archers are going to be better here, but I guess you can't actually wall in your woodline until you chop in a little bit. So that is something to consider there. Okay, Roger Feudal, and there's the donjon. So it's kind of, I actually like, I played on Haboob with the Sicilians, and I kind of like just playing defensively, because you drop the donjon on your wood line, maybe some gold. It's actually really nice to cover a good wood line and a gold here. Usually I verse Mongol players on that map, so it's a little rough setting. Luckily we're just up against the Armenians here, so nothing too crazy. First sergeant is out. I don't mind the first sergeant, and we're going to see a range, which makes a lot of sense. Because if you anticipate your opponent's going to go for range themselves, you want to get skirms out. And I think they're a good option to have with sergeants. Just a single one for now, though. And then we produce a spear. I was going to say, like, this placement of the range, I mean, it feels a little, I guess, I'm just thinking, like, I'd rather you wall up around your TC a little more just to protect your future farming. But I guess this is fine. It kind of gives you a little wall around your gold still. We built a little bit of fighting there. Some nice hits for blue. Orange is just going to back off. Hasn't produced another scout yet. Just has 3 out. Hasn't really found any damage yet. Spear coming forward for Chimney. Chimney now making a skirm. Actually made a skirm, is now going on to archers. See horse collar from the Armenians. Interesting. Yeah, now they see the range for themselves. Probably see some skirms or archers. This is kind of how I like to play Sicilians. You kind of just play with, you know, spears, play defensively, get some skirms out. At some point in the later stages, when you have a lot more eco to work with, you can spam a lot more sergeants and make a lot more donjons. So we're going to see archers now from Candy Cane. Didn't really find any damage with the scouts, unfortunately. I don't see the scouting. Another awkward thing, right? The donjon is going to take some hits. They might be able to find a pick. But they're going to do some damage. I don't like the spears chasing around so much. It'd be better if they were in a single spot, but not a huge deal. Roaming around with this army. Sergeant coming forward for Chimney. And yeah, this is kind of what you kind of have to do if you're going to wall up. Candy Cane may also be thinking about denying forward donjons from Chimney. And even getting Town Watch. Yeah, Town Patrol's the next one. Town Watch to keep an eye out. But it's just currently... Well, it's actually 3 sergeants now. No armor on them just yet. No fletching either from the archers, so... The archer's going to out-micro the sergeant, but they're not going to do a lot of damage right now. See more... It's another awkward thing is that the range was more forward. It would be quicker to reinforce, but also not a huge deal. So 2 sergeants, some archers and a skirm. Neither player is fletching. So, a bit of a micro battle. Loss from both players. Still pretty even here. Q count's pretty even, but Chimney's kind of up to a minute idle TC time already. Not really under any pressure. Now we see fletching from blue. Okay. This market again seems a little wasteful if you ask me. You're kind of cramping up space for you a lot, which is kind of a big deal on this map, I would say, since you can't full wall to the edge. We have fletching on for both players now. Sergeant can come in. I think they could just hit the Vil, yeah. So this is kind of awkward. They're kind of drawing fire from the archers, and our own archers can shoot back. The only thing is that there's no armor on these sergeants. They're not amazing, but I don't think Chimney wants to go for a super heavy feudal, so it doesn't want to invest too much right now. Some TC fire. Okay, things are just fine. I've noticed that this player doesn't use box formation, which I wonder if Javisti doesn't use box formation either. Producing some more sergeants. We're floating a lot of wood, though. Could use some more farms. We don't even have horse collar, which is the only eco bonus the Sicilians get. as they get more food on their farms. But this is causing a little bit of messiness for Candy Cane, but I think it's mostly worse for Chimney right now because we're idling the TC a lot. I'm not sure why, because we do have the food. I think we're just microing a little too much without keeping the TC producing. Whacking the blacksmith. Not really looking for a forward dungeon because we are not on stone. This is kind of an awkward clump, but it's not a huge deal for Candy Cane. We actually have way more army for for Chimney. I think, excuse me. I think Candy Cane, yeah, needs to make some more skirms or something. This could, I mean, a lot of these are weak and they're not like, it's not super threatening army, but, you know, it could cause a lot of problems. We're open up back here and, you know, our best defense on this map really is our military. And we don't really have much of a military here. Actually, it's kind of unfortunate. We built a tower to protect our gold. It's kind of awkward. We're up to castle already for blue, so... yeah, now we have to move our willing... This is kind of unfortunate. It forces a lot of idle eco time. A lot of walking time, which is not really what you want. We're going for armor from the skirms, but... we only have a few skirms out. Looks like a pretty good position for Chimney. You could also think about dropping a dungeon in the near future if you like. We are on stone, so I think that is going to be part of the plan here. And I like the way Chimney plays the Sicilians here. It is like I said, like the way I like to play the Sicilians. You don't really need to overcommit to the sergeants. Just play with the range and have a few of them up front. And then when they get upgraded to their Castle Age version and you have a better eco, you can produce a lot more of them. Second range coming out for Candy Cane, but we do have a dungeon up covering the stone. It also denies a lot of farming. So this is a pretty awkward spot for Candy Cane to be in. They also are like so far from Castle Age. I mean, this looks really bad for them. 22 to 4 KD ratio. We have armor on our skirms, but we only have 4. And they're not exactly the best thing against sergeants. Let's see. Oh no, let's get the skirm. We have 3 damage. Yeah, I mean, it does 1 damage to a sergeant. We're getting Bodkin for our dungeon as well. These are Castle Age dungeons. They now shoot 2 arrows. Ooh, we've been building a forward siege for blue. Can they see? Yeah, they can see, like... these were all of Candy Cane's militaries. We do have 11 military now for Candy Cane, but the problem is, now, we don't really have a way to kill this dungeon. We might see some more. And they are Bodkin dungeons as well. Sergeants are now their Castle Age version. They're significantly stronger. Getting crossbow now. There's some Vil fighting. Things are looking pretty bad for Candy Cane here. Another dungeon here denies some more farming space and will also deny that gold. We still have this tower here for orange. But we're taking a lot of damage. 11 eco kills. Now we have crossbow for Chimney for, well, just 5. But that is still something. And now we have a forward siege. I think this is going to be the killing blow. Dropping a market, but we really don't have any res. We're so far from Castle Age still. Sergeants are coming in, doing a lot of damage. These sergeants are being really annoying. GG is called for game number 1. So that's a win for Chimney. So yeah, I mean, I think Chimney looked very comfortable with these Sicilians here. Just kind of took some better engagements and seemed like did a good job of keep producing army. You had a good amount of army. And then, because you can't really full wall things up, you have these very close walls, and we weren't even fully walled anyway. And then Candy Cane just didn't have the army count. And then, you know, got the Castle Age first for Chimney. I think the thing we looked to is we had 3 scouts out for Candy Cane quite quickly. But they didn't really find any damage. So I think, I mean, it's tricky. I'm not sure. You even produce spears out of the dungeon too, so they're going to be pretty, like, nearby when you make them straight up. But I don't know if somehow we were able to be more active, at least for some more idle time from the eco. Maybe Candy Cane could have found themselves in a better position. But as is, that's a win for game number 1. So let me grit out game number 2 here. All right, game number 2. Candy Cane, you got to stick to your previous color, which is, of course, orange. All right. Welcome, everyone, to game number 2. We have, with the Chinese, Candy Cane, and their opponent, Chimney, with the Huns. So, we're here on Vinland Saga. Now, I've seen Chinese picked on this map before. I think it's because there's a lot of food to work with. You see, you have just 12 seconds of idle time right now before we make the first bill. We actually have 3 boars as well. The deer are super close. There's a lot of geese around. So you always look to how quickly can I get my food production to keep the TC producing, to keep my Vil lead. So they can be a pretty good option here, I would say. And if Candy Cane is Phoebus Apollo, based on their player card, they should be very comfortable with this Civ. But otherwise, they still look pretty comfortable, even if they are someone else that just is good on the Chinese. Chimney, on the other hand, is playing as the Huns. Huns, of course, are a quite aggressive Civ. Can't build houses, cannot house wall. Maybe less a big deal on this map because you don't really wall your starting island anyway. I wouldn't say Chimney seemed super aggressive from the previous game, but did seem to be, it's a very unfortunate lumberjack spot, by the way. Did seem to get an advantage by playing with military, getting some better engagements, and sort of getting a lot of damage in on their opponent's side. Now, this map, of course, you're much further away from your opponent when you just look at the map. However, the main feature, other than the 3 boars, is the fact that you have to get to the middle section. This is where the golden stone is. This is where the big wood lines are. You have to get over here at some point. Because if you don't, you're pretty screwed. So, I'm expecting to see fast feudal into scouts here from both players. As the Chinese, it's a perfectly good option to have. You have a pretty good eco. As the Huns, you have faster producing stables. It's a good option for you as well. And at some point, if you want to go into CA, which the Huns often do, it's very nice to have a stable for bloodlines. And it's also very nice to have cav units anyway to snipe any siege. So, both players just pushing in deer, getting their food. We've got 18 seconds of idle TC time for the Chinese player, which is really good. Keeping the TC producing, so that's going to keep our advantage. You can see once Chimney researches Loom, we should be another Vil ahead. So we might be... it's about 2 or 3 depending on the research time. If you look at... this isn't... 18 seconds isn't quite 1 Vil. I believe it's 25 seconds is a single Vil. Research time for a single Vil. Assuming you're not Persians. Chimney's going out to mill, and Candy Cane is doing the same. You want to mill anyway. You need your second building, and you will want to mill at some point. And you do want to get out to the center, so the mill makes a lot of sense. Pulling in our second boar, still 1 more left for Candy Cane. Pulling in, I think that's our 3rd boar for Chimney. So, whenever you play against the Chinese... Ooh, there's a really fast click up there. We're getting Loom first, and then we'll click up for Chimney. whenever you're playing against the Chinese, you definitely want to be thinking about applying pressure. Kind of like when you're up against the Persians and you don't have a very good equivalent eco sort of bonus. You want to think about applying a lot of pressure and making sure that they are not able to get away with their eco advantage and sort of, get an even stronger advantage with it. And the Huns' game plan is that they often want to play very aggressively anyway. So it kind of suits them in this case. This is also a very historical matchup too. Huns versus Chinese. So we'll see how things play out. Of course, as the Chinese, you might just want to play more aggressively though to keep pressure on your opponent so they can't apply pressure to you. We'll see what Candy Cane has in mind here. I'd be really surprised if we saw anything that wasn't stable scout here. Consider just how, pretty big the map is, how, the spacing between both players, and how nice and open it is, and the fact that your opponent wants to get to the middle, so there might be some vills out in the open there. Drop to feudal. Or drop to stable. See a stable from blue. What? Chimney, what is going on with your building placement? This denies farming space. And I think it'd be way better here. You can't build houses. So it'd be a lot nicer to wall up with your buildings. And also it's closer to the front lines. Like what Candy Cane has. I think might be a gap here. Hard to tell. I have big trees on. But like this is way better placed than this. I don't know what's going on here. What's happening? We'll keep an eye out if Chimney keeps this up. In any case, we have the second scout already out for orange and a spear. So in a scout, that was a really big hit. In a scout sort of mirror setup, you definitely want to have a spear or two forward. Actually, 2 spears out for Chimney, so Chimney's going to win this engagement. But there is a second one coming in for Candy Cane. We're also housed for Candy Cane, which Chimney does not have to worry about. I think, with this engagement, you can go send your scouts forward because you know that there's not a spear you have to worry about right now. I mean, there might be more back home, right? But it's less worried. I also don't like that we're building a lumber camp here. I feel like we might want to build one here. Just kind of makes it easier if things are closer to each other, but this probably will be fine. Also, to be fair though, it might be kind of... It's always like kind of awkward to micro vills on the wood line from this kind of angle. 4 spears now for Candy Cane, but I really like to see those scouts go forward. Do you see how, look, Chimney's coming in. I don't know what these scouts have been doing. They need to go, probably not this way. That's where the spears are. They should go around and find some damage, like here. So let's see what Chimney is able to do. Now, it is nicely, the vills are nicely nestled in the house here, but if Candy Cane's caught off guard, scouts could sneak in. Do we see? I don't think we see this. We see this just now. We garrison the TC. I think we're going to lose 1 vill. Okay, we're just going to lose 1 vill. Could be worse. There's a palisade now. Oh, is that open now, though? No spear there, which is unfortunate. In the meantime, looks like we still haven't found anything. We need to be active with these scouts, though. We can't just, like, sit around here in the middle. We should go around. Like, if we found this wood line, which we don't know about. Why are we going home with the scouts? What's going on here? Alright, I need to calm down. I'm sure these players know what they're doing. We have 4 versus 2 spears, but I really don't like how much Candy Cane has been idling the scouts. I mean, like... I know that with the Chinese, in theory, you have an eco advantage. But you really want to make sure you can keep that up. I mean, I like them if they engage with the lower HP scouts here. Especially with the spears. But we do have to be careful about getting hit with the spears ourselves. I mean, maybe Candy Cane is just thinking, well, if I have an eco lead as the Chinese, I just need to keep my vill lead and not lose my vills and keep my TC working, which is fair enough. But I feel like it's kind of a waste if you open scouts and not try and find some kind of damage. I mean, I don't think we've even scouted our enemy base, really. Except for, like, the initial first scout that we built. Or we didn't build it, we started with. So your range transition now for Chimney. And we're going to see a range now. Oh, sorry. Range first for Candy Cane. Now we see a range from Chimney. Of course, neither player... Oh, we get Forging for Chimney. For our 4 scouts. We actually have no spears left. Interesting. We're going to tower the gold. Yeah, I mean, I guess I like that. So you see also this lumber camp was really awkwardly placed. And now we have to abandon it and come over here. I mean... Would have been nicer if we had a lumber camp here in the first place, or if we're going to reinforce this position. Okay, now we're coming forward with the scouts. These vills, you can't really fight this though, but it's good to at least get some vision of what's going on. Now we should have seen that skirm, I assume. Neither player has fletching just yet. Do you have a blacksmith for blue? I don't know. Okay, we're building the blacksmith now for Candy Cane. So we do have a tower to protect our gold and our wood line here. We could still maybe find some damage here. I mean, things are pretty compact for Chimney right now. So there's not too much damage we can find, which I guess, again, isn't a huge deal for the Chinese. As long as we don't get housed and we keep our TC working. We do need to transition these vills pretty soon. Probably like right now, I think. Nice farming setup. More farms than our opponent has, but we are housed and we do need to refresh this for sure. And again, looking around, hasn't spotted the tower yet. We'll see it just now. And, ooh, okay. This could be a good engagement for them. They have fletching on the archers as well, so they're going to really shred through these scouts. Scouts have bloodlines, but they don't have armor. Or sorry, they have forging, but they had no bloodlines or armor. So it is a big cleanup for Candy Cane. Probably won't find too much damage still, though, thanks to this tower. Unless you're going to go park your archers underneath, which I don't think you should, yeah. Take some volleys there. We have brought the vills forward for the lumber camp. Loading a lot of wood for Chimney. Now, space gets a little awkward at this point. Okay, we're just going to add farms here, which is fair enough. Uh-oh. Are we gonna lose all of our archers here? That's awkward. At least we killed the spear, that's good. There's another spear here, it's kind of hard to see. We're just gonna pull back. We have some scouts coming forward. They shouldn't be able to find too much damage, but they might find this guy out on his own. He just wants to do his own thing. People complain about his work efficiency because he has to walk all around the wood line, but he thinks, you know, the way he does things is better. Now this lady admires his work as well and does the same thing. We actually don't have any spears. They're out of place. We might find one pick. We should be fine, actually. More archers are forward. And now we drop a market. I still don't like this market placement. I think it'd be better part of a wall. Candy clicks up first, and Chimney's now going to try and use the market a little bit, but we have actually enough gold. We should be able to buy quite a bit of wood. Or, sorry, food. Although it is not super cheap. Now this wood line is out in the open because that wood line is now finished. I don't think we're going to find a pick here, but this is inefficient. And I like the way... I didn't like the way Candy Cane was controlling the scouts earlier. Ooh. These are forging scouts, so they actually are pretty nasty. We need some more spears out for this. Oh no, they're not fighting. These vills aren't fighting. Oh, this actually could be a lot of damage for Chimney. 3 kills. Wow, that was really good. And in the meantime, our scouts are just going to die to skirms. Yeah, we lose one to the skirms. So now actually we're even on eco count, but we're going to be up the castle age way before our opponent, which is a big deal. That was a really good find for Chimney. We're actually housed now for Candy Cane, though. We're going to see another house. We're going to be up the castle soon. What's going to be the game plans, what I'm wondering. I would like a second TC. A third might be a little crazy. When you think about your opponent probably is going to go for an aggressive push on you. So 3 TCs right away is a little dangerous. I'd probably like to see a little more army. I like this outpost here on the side. Yeah, I'd like to see a little more army. Maybe drop a second TC. You want to secure this space anyway. I think that's a really nice spot on the golden wood. Looks like we have bloodlines and armor coming in. We might be going for knights. We actually lamed in our own stable with the market there. That's kind of unfortunate. Okay, we're getting some knights out. Chimney is behind the Castle Age by quite a bit. And in the army count, we're not producing any units. Probably because we're going to go for CA. We're going to go for CA. I hope we see bloodlines from the stable. Now, Knights versus CA is not really a good matchup. Oh yeah, third range. This is definitely going to be CA. And when you're up against the Huns, you should always think about them going CA. They are cheaper. They're a really good CA civ. So I don't mind a few knights, but this is not going to work as our main defense. We might just want to commit to skirms. We already have fletching. We already have armor. I think we should definitely think about producing skirms. Get another range out. Get elite skirm. I mean, I think for now, Candy Cane... Yep, there it is. So, we haven't found any damage with these knights. And I think it's going to be a real problem of can Candy Cane defend against the aggression that Chimney's going to bring. I'm a little worried. We're not really producing any more army right now. We don't have a siege workshop. We don't have a second range. We don't have elite scarm. So this is a good position for Candy Cane to be in, but I'm a little worried they might throw it away and just lose to a bunch of CA in their eco. So we're kind of throwing away a lot of army. I guess it's okay if you're not going to use this army long term, but we do need army to defend our opponent's push. We don't... we're up to 6 CA already. I'm a little worried. Going to second stable. I don't know if that's a good play here. I mean, this is a lot of good damage, to be clear. But CA are really strong on a nice open map like this, and it can be really hard to defend against a big mass of them. Especially when our opponent is the Huns, and it's a lot easier for them to make lots and lots of CA. So we should have seen them by now. We produce Siege Workshop. Alright, well, I don't know about this. I mean, so okay, we're really big eco league for Candy Cane. We're up to 11 CA though for Chimney. And a single Scorpion you can micro against. Scorpion with ballistics may be different, but we'll see what happens here. CA are looking for damage. I really like pulling away from this gold. It's almost done. Pull to a more defensive spot. You may want to think about see if we can get a castle in the near future to defend ourselves. The CA could find a lot of damage here too if we're not paying attention. It is fortunate for Candy Cane that we don't have to deal with this. Like, we don't want to even have any vills over here anymore. So, not a huge deal for us. But there's a really big eco lead now. We're going to go for some damage on the farm, which is annoying for Candy Cane. Hopefully we notice in time. We garrison, we lose one vill there. Lose a knight on the front for Chimney. So we want knights to deal with the siege. And we want CA to deal with everything else. 2 Scorpions are out. This can be microed. CA on the front for Chimney. I hope this is full walled. I can't really tell. Another option, of course, it's a lot of idle bills here. It needs to be sorted. Another thing, of course, you could go, instead of skirms, you could just go for, you know, crossbow. It's not a bad option. Of course, they are less maneuverable and less tanky than a CA. But, you know, you're already, if you don't want to tech into skirms, it could be a good option. It's also going to be much better against knights. So this is kind of the thing. Like, the Scorpions are out of position. They're extremely slow and clunky. We're going into camels, which are terrible against CA, in my opinion. And we just kind of lose those Scorpions, and I think there's no reason to go that far out. I think they should stay here where our defensive position is. We're going to use Ursi probably for ballistics. This knight may get this pick off on the Scorpion, which we really don't want. Okay, just barely survives. So yeah, this is the thing. Candy Cane has a really big eco lead, but I think really needs to deal with the CA here. Although we did just lose a bunch of them, and they are low HP. And we're finding some more damage here for Candy Cane. This is good. I mean, this is like, the eco setup for Chimney is horrific, but, you know, we're not worried about that. we're thinking about how can we maximize as much damage as possible. I don't think Camel's really a great option here, if you ask me. But, I mean, okay, now we have the second TC. The pressure's kind of letting up for Chimney. You could think about a third TC at this point for Candy Cane. I mean, we're still really far ahead in eco, so we don't even really need it right now. Okay, but we do see it, which I like. Secure some more space for yourself. We don't really have that much CA anymore. I mean, we have these, but they're really low HP. Let's see, so Candy Cane does have the second armor, missing the attack, but does have Husbandry and Bloodline, which is great. So this is 1.54 movement, and the Camel is 1.6. So, you know, if the Camel gets onto your opponent's CA, of course they will shred. But they're just like, I mean, like this is the, I mean, that's a good hit. But this is always the thing about CA, right? When you're playing with Knights or Camels versus them, it's so annoying. You can always just get kited away, especially if your opponent is paying attention, is really good at micromanaging. I mean, the good thing is that they're really low HP here. I think at this point, okay, you pull back. All right. Third TC is up now. I need some farms. We kind of need the TC for more farm space anyway. I like these outposts. Some good vision from Orange. Don't really see as much for Chimney. Another really big CA mass here. The Scorpions are good. I'm a little worried about how out of position they are, though. Again, they could be picked up by Knights like they were earlier. But the Camels could be good for those Knights. They are more maneuverable than a Spear, for example. I see a Forged Siege now for a Hun player, but, I mean, I don't know if this might be a little too late. I mean, we have a lot of CA. We need to make way more army for Candy Cane, I think. I think we're like, not really respecting. I mean, I know our opponent's been a little slow with the pushing, but I think we need more army. I don't know what these Scorpions are doing as well. I think they should stay over here and defend our eco, but we'll see. Some monks would also be nice just to push these Knights away. See, if the Scorpions were here, it'd be a really good spot for them, but instead they're over here for some reason. I don't know why. They're going to take forever to get anywhere. Now this is a lot of CA here, and we don't really have much military for Candy Cane. I mean, we're even numbers, but 7 of those are Scorpions, which... yeah, I mean, they're not even going to get there in time. Well, maybe they are if we pulled the CA over, but... a Ram comes out now for Chimney. And a Mangonel, which is really dangerous for our Scorpions. We're going to be really careful. Looking for a conversion. Camel, we're diving for the Mangonel. Doesn't kill any Scorpions. Okay, Scorpions need to get some good shots on the CA. We also built a university for ballistics, but we don't have any ballistics right now. This monk should die. Yes, the Ram goes in for the Scorpions, but doesn't get there. Camel should knock it down in time. These Forvilles are going to die. Ballistics coming in now for Chimney. So this is still a very good position, but I hope we see a castle or something to like fortify. I'm just like a little worried that Candy Cane's gonna lose because they're gonna like not kill enough of the CA. They're gonna lose all their siege. This has happened to me a million times, I swear. That's kind of why I'm bringing it up. You see defensive castle from Chimney. Candy Cane looks to drop a forecaster of their own. I don't know if that's the place to put it. Oh, there's a Mangonel there. Okay, we go for a little more less crazy. We can go up to Imp in the near future if we had anyone on gold, which we don't. We need to put some on gold, which they're doing right now. This castle is going to go up. We have 7 Scorpions, which we do definitely do not want to walk onto the enemy castle with. Knight coming in, gonna get another kill. These Camels are just wandering around. It's kind of awkward. We don't have enough military still for Candy Cane. I mean, like, we have so much eco. Produce some more military. Please. Mangonel coming out. I don't think that might get a nice snipe off on the Scorpions, but beyond that, I don't think it can do too much. So we have a huge eco lead for Candy Cane now. Okay, that was a nice shot at least. I'm gonna drop a CC. So we just need to add more military. Like, add more military. Please add more military. Getting Bodkin Arrow. We can maybe go for Chukanu if we want. Any more farms? The farming space is actually pretty awkward on this map. I realized this during my show match where I played as Nando. Even building a tower to deny that wood line. Now Chimney's kind of backed into a corner. I think Candy Cane should definitely just get up to Imp in the near future. That would be the smartest, like the sort of safest thing to do. And then what is your opponent going to do? They're like way out far from Imp. But we're floating a lot of wood right now. We're going to drop some more farms really soon. And then we also could probably idle our TCs, I think, to get up to Imperial Age. I think that would be worth it. We're healing up our CA here. But we only have 13 now and 2 Tarkans. And I'm not sure what Chimney's thinking about here. I mean, we know about the castle. We're going to spot this, which is annoying. Are we going to Watchtower? Interesting. But yeah, Candy Cane definitely wants to go up to Imp near soon. Chimney also wants to go up to Imp. Probably with a market. Now we're clicked up to Imp. So what is Chimney gonna do? Looking for a side raid, which could be annoying. But at this point, you need a lot more damage than just like... You need a lot more damage than just 20 Veil kills even. You need to kill like 30 and have a really devastating push. Teching into Light Cav. That sounds like a good idea for raiding. Hopefully we see the attack upgrades come in though. We don't have ballistics in, which I would like to see, even just for scorpions in the castle and TCs. And ooh, I really like the outpost position too for Candy Cane. So we're up to Imp as well for Chimney. Not that far behind, but it's going to be hard for us to keep producing Trebs. This is annoying, and it's a good snipe on the Monk, but this isn't that... Like, again, we need a lot of damage for Candy Cane. Or, sorry, for Chimney. We also need some more production buildings for Candy Cane. I see 2 stables. This one, which is... Okay, no, there's 3. But we could definitely use some more if we're going to go for light cav raids. I think we do have Hussar on Chinese, do we? Oh, no, we do not. Never mind. Okay, good. We do see some more stables. Kind of wish they were down here, though. We know most of our opponent's eco is here. Especially since we see all of this. So we know they're pretty much just here in this corner. Now we're going for this TC, but Candy Cane will actually see this. I'm not sure if they're gonna... They may not be worried about denying it. Probably more worried about just pushing this position. But they do know about this, which is very good for them. Imp is in. We see some Trebs out. I hope we see some more upgrades as well. Fully upgrade our light cap. We're going to go for that. We even pop caps for Candy Cane. Probably overboomed a little bit. Maybe need to cut some bills. The first Treb will be out, and we don't even have a Treb. Okay, no, never mind. We have a Treb on our way, but we're going to get Treb down first. The Tarkans might be able to go for a snipe at some point, but there's only 3 of them. Bracer comes in for 14 CA. We're microing back here, but I think this is going to be the real big problem. Once this castle's down, we can raid all of this eco, and I think it's kind of game over for Chimney. This is a really nice castle to defend this position as well. We can't really... We can maybe put one here for Candy Cane at some point. We have the stone for it as well. This is actually kind of good. You just sort of distract the army up here. And we have 12 army for Chimney, so... 2 Trebs out versus 1, about to be 2. We're actually getting to some good eco counts here for Chimney, which I like, but the army count is way in the favor of Candy Cane. And so is the res count. About 16,000 res collection difference. We have 4 Trebs now. I don't think we're going to be able to out-repair this. As long as we keep producing Trebs. We actually don't have anything... I'm not sure what these Trebs are firing at, but they're not firing at the castle. I think you have to target the castle here. Maybe they are, and they're just... I don't think you shouldn't be missing shots against the castle, though. Castle is down, and now we can go and raid. We can destroy these trebs. We can kill all of this eco. Scorpions are in. Tarkans are trying to get these scorpions killed. Go for heavy scorpion, and the GG is called. So that is a victory for Candy Cane, tying up the series for right now. So it looks like here, Candy Cane very comfortable with the Chinese. Maybe because they are Phoebus Apollo, and that's one of their favorite civs. Seem very comfortable keeping the TC producing at the beginning. And just sort of keeping that eco lead. Not losing too much. There was like a nice sort of raid here on the side where Chimney killed like 3 vills with their forging scouts. But Orange was already up to Castle Age at that point. So they were able to get a TC here and just sort of defend nicely. Chimney was not able to get up to Castle Age at a very competitive time. So they weren't able to sort of aggressively push as much as they would like. I think the tower was actually a really nice position, but it was awkward that we had to pull vills from here to then put them here. And then, you know, things kind of became harder and harder for them. So that's game 2. Let me go ahead and get into game number 3 here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Anna Schilling. Yeah, good job, Candy Cane. Stables are a good move, yeah. True, true. I mean, the horses are very powerful. All right, so we're into game number 3. Series is tied up. Next, I think this win will be pretty big because then you'll be on match point. You only have to win one more game after that. We're here on Snow Arabia, which is basically just Arabia. We have in the orange Candy Cane with the Incas. One of Phoebus Apollo's other top civs, along with the Chinese. Very suspicious. And Chimney here with the Vietnamese. So we're playing on Snow Arabia. Again, it's like Arabia. Nice open map. And I'm expecting lots of aggression. Could see a stable opening from both players once again. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, wait. No. Never mind. You cannot do that with the Incas. They do not have horses. Unless you convert a stable, which cannot happen in the feudal age in most cases. So we'll see what Candy Cane decides to do. You know, Eagles is a pretty good option against the Vietnamese. Knights, they have good knights, which is probably a good option for them. But of course, when you get the armor on your Eagles, they are a really good option against archers, of course, because they have really high pierce armor. So that could be a good option. They're also much cheaper for the Incas, so you can spam them out a lot more easily. Getting that boar lure, getting the deer. Getting deer for the other side for Chimney here. Kind of a lot of wastage here, though. We're on 2 different sheep. We killed a deer and we have a boar. So there's kind of a lot of food going to waste. Kind of an unfortunate lumber camp. It might be a little nicer over here, but because this is kind of shallow, I don't know how efficient it's going to be, but it's probably fine. Chimney now able to build houses because they are no longer the Huns. Pushing in more deer here. So the Incas I'm not super familiar with because I just haven't seen them play too often. I'm not sure I would favor in this matchup. Like I said, I mean, of course, Mass Eagles is a good option against archers. But the Vietnamese have a lot of other options available to them as well, of course. They have a good stable. They don't really have... I wonder if we'll see... They do have, like, you know... Actually, they do have a good barracks as well. If they want to go man-at-arms. They even have supplies. They're just missing the last attack. So, I doubt we're gonna see that into the Eagle Warriors, but that is an option if we want. But more likely we'll probably see Knights if that's the concern. Get on to gold or a mill. I think this is pretty typical for Eagle civs. Gold is a really big concern for you because, well, you don't have cavalry. You don't have light cav, which just costs food. So, most of your openings, if you're going to make some Eagles, if you're going to make man-at-arms with a range, you'll need gold. It's a little more important for you than other civs. See, pretty early barracks from Chimney. I wonder if this is going to be a man-at-arm rush, actually. Which could be interesting. If you go for a man-at-arm rush, it can be Knights against the Eagles, because if you need to spec into mass man-at-arms to counter their Eagles, you'll already have the man-at-arms tech. Which could be nice. See loom from both players, click up from Candy Cane. See it very soon from Chimney. And are we going to see Militia here? I'm expecting it because we didn't drop a mill. Although we're actually not on gold. And we need to put more on wood. And actually things are kind of a mess for our eco, but we're into gold now. Actually don't have the food for man-at-arms yet, or militia if we're going to make one. Okay, there it is. So it is going to be a man-at-arm rush from Chimney. Candy King can drop a mill in the near future. First, we're going to drop the barracks, of course. I don't think this is actually going to be a man-at-arms rush from Candy Cane. I think this is just the Eagle Civ thing, you know? Go for the mining camp first. Barracks is up. 2 militia are forward. Okay, give me a range opening with a 1 tile gap there. We actually don't see the militia. We also haven't clicked man-at-arms. Oh, okay. It's actually a nice find. Deny the range. It is annoying. Can't go too far, though. We're actually just going to delete and rebuild. Spears out. Ooh. Actually, I don't know how worth it that really was. We denied the range for a little. Yeah, Chimney drops at 11 because, yeah, extra rough, but so that looked good until it looked bad. The spear came out, killed the scout, the militia were under the TC, and then they just died. So they didn't really get that much damage in. We also didn't even tech into men-at-arms. Which I guess is maybe good there if we just lost them. Now we're going to double range. Double range against range opening, though. Against the Incas. Well, I guess we'll see how that plays out. In theory, that's not great because your opponent can just make scrims. But at least as the Vietnamese, you have more HP on your archer or your range units. So this is a good option. Vietnamese also have they have very good CA, which I'm not sure how they match up against like Incas. I mean, I would think that they do pretty well. You know, if you don't have access to stable, your units are typically going to be less mobile. Of course, Eagles are pretty mobile, but not as fast as Cav are. Walling this up, it's kind of sad. If we saw this wood line, we could just wall towards the wood line. Now we're gonna have to wall all of this. But such is life. Coming forward with 5 archers, and we have a single militia, which may be a man-at-arms in the near future. Constant damage with 2 eagles here. No fletching though, so archer doesn't do that much damage. Now we're making some skirms. Our skirms are cheaper as the Incas. The food cost on our military units is discounted. Now we see the archers. The spear's going to go down instantly. These archers could find some good damage. They don't have fletching, so they probably won't get any kills right now. Also being annoying on Chimney's berries there. Also pop capped for Chimney. I see, look at this. This isn't full walled because now they can go here. And if this was just full walled here, we'd be in a much better spot. But it actually looks like Chimney doesn't want to do that. Again, no box formation. I wonder if Javisti doesn't use box formation. Bills come forward. The archer does die. Eagles have no armor, so they're not like incredible against archers. They do have 2 pierce armor, which is good, but not amazing. Right here, they do 2 damage. The archers do 2 damage to them. We're gonna get quite a bit of archers for Chimney. And we're still... I think we should just be making skirms now for the Inca player here. Especially when you have fletching. These kind of look nasty here. Bill coming forward too. Single build tower. I don't know if this is that valuable. I feel like your archers do the same thing. It'd be better to like tower this wood line. But I guess we'll see. Army's kind of out of position for Candy Cane. We don't see anything. We're just now going to see this, and this is, we actually could lose a lot of bills here. Actually, luckily we reacted well. I don't think this tower does a lot, though, to be honest. I think our archers do pretty much everything the tower wants to do. And we did spot this lumber camp, so I think a tower on the lumber camp would be better for us. Ooh, we're even getting the armor. We definitely need some skirms. We're not producing anything for Candy Game. We're floating a lot of gold. What are we doing here? I think you're not worried about this tower, though, to be honest. I think we need to make skirms. We're, like, not making any military for Candy Game. I don't know what's going on here. Worried about walling this up now. Pull up this wood line. It's not ideal, but we can go over here. Not producing any... We're still... No... I mean, now we're producing skirms, but it's really late. And now, Chimney's in. Would have been nice to wall this up before you left, but, you know. It's in hindsight. Army's way out of position. What is it doing over here? Actually, going towards the army and going to our base. Wanted to build a tower, but gets denied. The Eagles come in. These Eagles are not going to do much because they have no armor and there's way too many units. We only have 2 skirms for... Candy, I don't know what Candy was doing. We're not even producing out of our range now. We're microing, but I think this is game over already, actually. We like don't have any military to stop this, and we're not even producing military right now. Now we're building the tower, but I think it's gonna get denied. Doesn't look good for Candy Game here. Got to 2 military. Putting tons and tons of gold and no market to spend it with. And the GG is called there. Wow. It's another win for Chimney. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm not entirely sure what happened there other than like one thing I can point to is like Candy Cane. I don't know if they... I'm sure they knew their opponent was on Vietnamese archers and they just weren't making skirms. They weren't making skirms with Eagles. The floating gold, they weren't producing. I think that was the biggest thing. Their armor was kind of out of position too. I guess, I mean, they didn't scout the double range, which is big knowledge to have. I also think this tower doesn't do anything, but I think it does intimidate Candy Cane. And I think if you walled up here, I think you really need to wall up here when you leave with the bills. So at least the enemy army is funneled towards the TC here. But yeah. Well played to Chimney. I think they just sort of overrun their opponent. Opponent didn't really make enough units, military to contest. I also think not scouting this wood line earlier was a big deal because we had to spend a lot of time walling this instead of just walling this. Also, it didn't matter in the end anyway because they came through on this side. Anyway, that's it for this game. Let's go ahead and get into game number 4 here. Hello everyone, we're into game number 4. We have Candy Cane with the Byzantines in the orange, and we have Chimney with the Japanese in the blue. This is a match point for Chimney. Best of 5. We win this game, we win the set. We are on to the semifinals. So we're on permafrost. I don't think I've seen this map played in this tournament just yet. But it's a little weird. So, like Sandrift, we cannot farm under our starting TC, which is a big deal. However, there is this middle pond. So it's a little awkward. There are deer and there is fish. So it's not a lot of deep fish, just from more shorefish. But docking here is definitely a big concern, I think. Especially because there's only one boar, by the looks. Unless I'm... Oh no, there is two. Never mind. Never mind, there are two boar. But not having the farms is a big deal. Right? So, you know, either you have to go secure some more farm space somewhere else, and then it's like can be very exposed. Or you need to contest for the water control, which is a big deal. Now, we have Byzantines for candy cane. And the Byzantines, of course, are a real big menace when it comes to the hybrid settings. Because, of course, their fires, they shoot faster. So they're a really big threat to any other civ, pretty much. If you try and contest them with fires, of course, you have to kind of outnumber them to be able to, you know, outdo their stronger fires. Of course, you could go for galleys. If you have a big enough galley mass, you could micro them down. But, I mean, looking at this map, I mean, there's not a lot of space to work with. It's going to be really awkward, especially going between these reeds. I don't think galleys is really a great option here. So fires are going to be a better choice. That being said, if you're playing here as the Japanese versus the Byzantines, you may think about just going into your galleys anyway and just trying to find a way to make it work because, you know, your fires are just worse than the Byzantines. But, you know, I mean, if you take enough good engagements and you produce more fires, you can still make it happen. Of course, it is not like it's a one situation already. You do have to execute it very well. And we're about to drop a dock for Candy Cane already, and we are dropping a dock for Chimney as well. Coming forward with 2 vills, probably to get some shorefish, like right here. And I think Candy Cane clicked on the shorefish, or wanted to, but I ended up clicking on the reeds here. Anyway, this will be a dock soon, I think. I assume. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Yep, there's the dock. And I'm thinking about this matchup in general. So the main sort of bonus that we always think about with the Byzantines. Yeah, blue kind of looking around thinking about attacking these loomless vills, but we do have 2 of them, so we should be fine. And the scouts around. So the Byzantines, the main feature we always think about is their cheaper trash. So, although the camels aren't trash. So they have cheaper camels, spears, and skirms. And skirms are a pretty big deal against the Japanese. We often, as the Japanese, want to play with our CA. And skirms, of course, are a good option against them. Especially if you can mass them up more easily because they are cheaper. But, you know, we also have good man-at-arms. I don't think we're going to see that on this map. But that is also a good option against skirms. We do have Arbalester for the Byzantines, so you can go for that too. But you probably don't want to go Arbalester because the, you know, Japanese CA have a bonus to archers. So you probably just want to stick to your skirms. They are cheaper as well. So it's kind of awkward. You know, you might have to go... Oh, we actually see a barracks. Interesting. So we see a barracks out for Chimney, which means we can't drop a second dock. We might just be giving up on water, which is unfortunate because our fishing ships actually work faster than our opponents. So... Okay, another man-at-arms rush from Chimney. Hopefully this one goes a little smoother for them. We're on to gold. Interesting, okay. We're on to gold for Candy Cane, so definitely gonna think about getting some fires out. But we might not be expecting some land military here. But we are trying to wall up. I don't think we can wall towards this tree because of the ice. But as long as we keep our vills cluster, we should be okay. Now that being said, the Japanese men-at-arms are a lot more threatening. They do attack faster. Candy Cane seems like They're anticipating some trouble, though. I wonder, did they scout? They didn't scout the barracks, but they do seem suspicious of the scout looking around. We're up to feudal for chimney. We don't have man-at-arms because we don't have the gold for it. We actually do produce a fire. We're up to feudal first, so it's nice. Oh, we've walled in the enemy scout. That's unfortunate. That's actually really bad for a man-at-arms rush, but at least we have 3 Japanese man-at-arms, so they are nastier than usual. And dead scout. That's pretty bad because the scout is really good for blocking since the men-at-arms are quite slow. However, because they attack faster, they can be a little bit better at, you know, getting out, chasing their bills than a normal man-at-arms would be. We have 2 docks for candy cane, but we're only producing out of 1 of them. We don't have enough on wood. And actually, this fire is going to kill some fishing ships. Now we have Japanese man-at-arms. You gotta be careful around these. They are threatening. Actually vilifying the fire. Now we're starting to attack this house. We actually have 0 on food right now. Because again, we have no farms for under the TC. Okay, demo comes in. I don't know where we see the fire. I mean, things are getting a little messy now for candy cane. We might need another wood line. And we really do need to protect our fishing ships because we're going to have 0 on food if we don't have any fishing ships working. Okay, so we're not producing. The men-at-arms are causing trouble. I think this is a good game plan from Chimney. Just kind of disrupt things. Candy cane can't drop any farms. Now going for a second wood line. This is annoying. We will have to repair this to make sure we don't lose our bills. Fishing ships aren't working. We don't have any fires out. We don't have enough wood to produce another fire yet. We have to waste wood on repairing the palisade. Okay, this is good though. We know our opponent isn't producing anything on land, so we can safely just mill up because we need some kind of food production. I don't know what is going on here. We're actually going to lose water as the Byzantines. We have a demo out. This is actually good for candy cane if the demo just... I think we should just fight this. Like, this is a waste. Should just hit 1. Yeah, it's better to hit the fishing ships. And I think this disruption means that candy cane just hasn't really produced enough fires. Is housed. Needs to repair this lumber camp. Okay, we are repairing. Really needs to keep the fire production going, though. Our enemy has had fishing ships working. No problem. Hasn't been contested at all just yet. And now we go back to the mining camp. That's super annoying. Super annoying for candy cane. Now we lose all. We have no fishing. We have 0 on food. This is really bad for candy cane now. Okay, we are going to drop a mill. We need some kind of food production. Our idle TC is going to start to climb with no one on food. Palisade behind this wall. This guy is being annoying. Range up for blue. And I don't know, Chimney's looking really strong here. I wasn't expecting things to go the way they have. But I think they played it quite well. And I think we need more fires. We cannot lose the water here. We should target the low fire first. Yep, great. That is down. Go for this next one. Micro back. Okay. We need to keep making more fires. 5 Japanese fishing ships have been uncontested so far. Okay, now they're getting hit. Now we have archers out. Or the men-at-arms. So they will deal with these eventually. Repairing up the fires, that's great. We still can't contest this if we are attacking with all of them for candy cane. We lost 1 man-at-arms, but we do have to micro the archers back or they will die. Like that. Yeah, things are getting really messy here. This one fire is gonna die. We went for the vills, but I don't know if that was the play. We lost a fire. We have a demo raft coming out. Okay, alright. Things have kind of starting to stabilize now. The man-at-arms are gone. Demos, I don't know. Let's go for the fishing. Oh. Go. Don't. You need to delete. Oh. Oh, that could have been glorious. I think Candy Cane got too ambitious there. I think you just delete it. Let's see. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it was not close enough. But I think you just delete instantly. Delete right there. You don't want to deal with the pathing. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think you can just delete that in there instead of go for a perfect shot. As is, it kind of got wasted. I mean, at least forces some idle time, basically. But we need to keep the fire production going. We're housed right now. Chimney has played this really well. We'll see how they can handle the follow-up. We have a range. We're making some skirms now. Now we're adding... Well, we already had the mill and had the farms. We have 10 on food now for Candy Cane, but 2 are the fishing ships that are out of position. Just passing moment. We had another dock here. We don't have any military here, though. We need to bring the archer and the skirms forward. No fletching on these archers, no fletching on these archers, so... I mean, they're not amazing. The fire is actually a pretty good unit to have here. Now we're going in on our opponent's gold miners here. We might lose a single Vil. No, actually, we're just fine. Okay, Candy King is doing a good job to stabilize. But really needs to deal with these fishing ships. I mean, losing water is really bad here. And somehow we are losing water. We aren't producing enough fires. We keep losing them. Taking bad engagements. Chimney's kind of played it better. Okay, this could be a really big demo, though. Blue should spot it. Okay, we're going in. Okay, that's a big demo. No Vils to repair for Chimney, so this should die. Target this one next. I guess that's fine, too. There should be 2 down. Reducing more fires. These fishing ships will continue to work, though, for Chimney. Which is a big deal. No blacksmith for Candy Cane or Chimney. Now we're adding in stable for the skirms. Didn't target that fire down. We really need to target this fire down. We really need to target the fire down. But we have to micro over here. Things are... these 2 really low HP fires, but... Candy Cane just, like... doesn't have the reinforcement. Like, keeps sending them one by one. They're getting picked off. It's kind of helped by the fact that Chimney's sort of keeping things messy here. Lots of idle TC time from both players. That fire does go down to the spear. This scout is in on the skirms. We need to get the spears out, but we were Vil fighting. Skirm lives. This fire is going to die to the spear. We have more fires out. We have 2 fires now, but the fishing ships are still working for Chimney. We need to kill those for Candy Cane. Cannot let those live. We really need to go kill those. We're going to be way behind the Castle Age. Thanks to all of this farming, and the fishing ships have been working for so long. We haven't had fishing ships for a while. We need to send the fires forward. We need to send the fires forward. This mill here to get this deer is nice, though. Fires are kind of wasting their time, though. They need to, like, this is what they need to hit. Now we have 3 fires out for Chimney. Things are looking really good for Chimney, though. We're going to click up to Castle Age pretty soon, and our opponent's way behind. They just have not had the food eco for it. Bringing 3 fires now for Candy Cane. But we're actually outnumbered here. Micro that back, that's really good. And we have an army now from Chimney. It's going to be really annoying. We don't have the army numbers for Candy Cane. And these fishing ships continue to work. Like, this is so bad for Candy Cane. If we got a demo out, could make something happen, but... Demo on a skirm there, maybe not worth it, but... Good to keep things messy for your opponent. We have 4 fires now for Chimney, and we're going to have to Castle Age pretty soon. 2.5 minutes. We don't have the food eco. This is going to be really hard for Candy Cane to pull this back now. These fishing ships are still working as well. Like, I mean, if Candy Cane notices this, you could maybe kill all of them. But I wonder if it might be too late at this point. Ville fighting. We're gonna kill the skirms, but we did cause some idle time. Usually the worker efficiency in the last minute is like down to 49% for Candy Cane. Blues hasn't been great either, but it's still better. And look at this. We're losing our docks as the Byzantines. And the fishing ships are just safe for Chimney. We're about out of fish, but they've done their job. Even if you kill them at this point, I don't know if it's going to do too much for you. I think we're going to go into CA here for Chimney. Which is, I mean, you would think, like, against a enemy that has good skirms is not a good play. But, you know, if they have Castle Age upgrades, they should be just fighting against feudal ones. We have forward siege too, we could definitely get a killing blow. Especially because we have to farm with such exposed farming vills. Because we can't farm under the TC. The water's such a big deal, and losing it here is really bad for Candy Cane. We'll see what they can do. They're gonna click up in just a moment. Yeah, this demo isn't really going to do too much at this point, unfortunately. We're going to see cross protect from Chimney. Loading a lot of res now. Only, not a lot of crossbow, only 4. It's not that threatening. But they are crossbow against feudal skirms, so. Feudal skirms without fletching or armor. Yikes. Now, Orange does see this. But, we don't really have anything to deal with. These are fletchlingless, armorless skirms. We do have a blacksmith. But it looks like we're just gonna... Okay, yeah, we're gonna build a tower. We're only just now getting fletching for Chimney. Alright, so I guess we're pretty even on blacksmith upgrades, as it turns out. But now Chimney has control of the water, which is a really big deal here. I mean, the fish has basically run out, but this gives a lot of map control. Again, looks like just line formation from Chimney. If only I knew which players used line formation, which ones used box. It's also kind of awkward. Like, it would have been nicer if you had your farm set up here, so you'd have to pull away. It'd be easier to wall towards the TC here, but, you know, things were kind of a mess, and you just needed some vills on wood, or sorry, on food. So fair enough. We're gonna build a tower here. It kind of seems necessary. I mean, it's not a lot of crossbows. We don't really have, like, any units to deal with it. So it's not great, but what we can do. Kill count is still pretty even right now, but a lot of idle vills for Candy Cane. This vill... Okay, I think they are going to die, sadly. Okay, we're up to Castle Age. We're on stone. Might think about a castle, but I think it's going to take us a while. We don't see a second TC from Chimney yet, which we could definitely do. Or forward siege. I mean, we're floating lots of res. Okay, there's the forward siege. So we're just going to go for the killing blow here. We see a trade cart coming out from Candy Cane. Okay, that does get cancelled. And Chimney's eco back home just has, like, never been damaged at all. They've always kept things here in Candy Cane's face, and they haven't had much of a chance to really think about it. Second TC comes up now. Second TC up for Candy Cane. I mean, still doesn't look good for Candy Cane at all. But I guess... I mean, the eco count isn't disastrous. And 5 of those are fishing ships, which are very inefficient now. But we're losing more vills. We don't have an army. We don't have elite skirm, which I think is what we need. We have, like, no vills on food. Yeah, we lost our farming eco. Oh no, now the knights are in as well. We're getting the second armor. Fighting knights with vills is not a good place to be. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks to me like Chimney's going to take this whole set, but we'll see. Phone sorry. Sorry back. Now we're adding the third TC for Chimney. We do need some more on food if we're going to keep those producing, but... Mangonel's out. I don't think we even need that for the tower. We could just kill this. Especially because our opponent isn't going to have bills under the TC. We're getting armor for some camels, but we don't have any food to produce camels. And these fires can actually kill this stable, which is really rough. And now Candy Cane's stuck in this corner. And Chimney can just, you know, continue to add eco. Things have just sort of gotten worse and worse for Candy Cane here. Even taking to pike against the camels, which I don't think is necessary. We could just stick the crossbow, but if you really want to get the job done. Yeah, see, we could just walk past the TC because we don't keep villas under the TC because we don't farm. We're just going in for the towers. The camels come forward to snipe the mangoes, so they will get one. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Do a lot of nice damage to our own knights. This is some good tower fire. Those are bodkin arrows on the towers. But yeah, now we can just... Going forward, we're just going to mow everything down that Candy Cane has. Even military advantage, we have an eco advantage. Things are looking very done for Candy Cane. Kill this TC. Soon we kill this TC. Trying to make camels, but look again. No one on food. We don't even have space to farm. Like, the only space we have to farm is back here, but that's going to be under pressure real soon. Now we're going to build a forward castle for Chimney. Just make sure our opponent has no chance to come back. Bear's coming to try and deny the castle, but it's not quite enough. Castle is going to go up. And I think this is the... Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much more I can really say. And the GG good luck next is dropped. And Chimney is victorious and will go into the semifinals here. So, GG. But it kind of looked to me that, you know, Chimney just played this sort of matchup really well, I feel like. You know, if you think about if we just play water, right? And we just have 1-to-1 numbers, I'm just gonna lose against the Byzantine fires. And my fishing ships work faster, so they're really valuable to me. As the Byzantines, I think, okay, I really want to kill the enemy ships, fishing ships. I'm gonna play for dominance on the water. And so Chimney went for a mana arms rush that I don't think Candy Cane was expecting at all. And I think that just made things really messy. So their fire production was never really good. And we're always able to kind of outmaneuver, outnumber our opponent's fires. And they gave us much better control of the water. We kept hitting our opponent's wood line. This wood line, it would have been nicer to, if we were chopping back here, maybe, I guess. If we were trying to think about what could have gone better for Candy Cane. And then our fishing ships were never killed. There's this one moment, I don't think you would have gotten all of them, but if Candy Cane had just deleted the instant they were right next to the fishing ships, maybe would have gotten 2 or 3. Things would have looked much better for them. But yeah, with that, food eco is so hard to set up on this map. So the water is super important until you get TCs up and can add, more farms on the outside. But then Chimney got a better castle time. Got a better army positioning, and then things just kind of looked over. So, Chimney played this very well, but, Candy Cane was not a pushover at all, for sure. I think they did very well. But, yeah. That's the first set for the day. Let me just double check what the Twitch stream is going to do. We do have another set to play, of course. I think I will take a short break for myself until we get into that game. So, for the moment, I'll pull up. And so, I will see you all folks shortly. I'm going to take a short break, maybe about 10 minutes or so, depending on when the Twitch stream gets started into the next set. And then we will get into set number 2 of the day. Hello. Hello, Squirrel Girl and Friends, which I believe is good old Baggy. We're just about to get started on our second set. So we have for ourselves should be Snowman versus the Grinch. So we'll see if
Yeah, that could be a
Christmas can be
babysit.
salvaged. Oh, sorry, I have the the Twitch stream audio.
Could be.
Let me mute that so you don't hear that as well. So for me, and I think a lot of other people, we feel pretty confident that Snowman is Harry T. So Harry T likes his 1TC all-ins. He likes his fast castle unique units. He also really likes Turks. So I would be really surprised. Yeah, it is baggy pants. Yeah, as I expected. You did warn me, so luckily I was anticipating that that to happen. So Harry T also really likes Turks. So I would be kind of surprised if we didn't see their opponent ban out the Turks, unless they just are not worried about that civ at all. But I think there's a lot of evidence to see that our opponent's going to be Harry T. Now, the Grinch, to be honest, I don't really know. To be honest with you, I feel like for me, just based on the other choices, it's not going to be Phoebus Apollo. It's not going to be Javisti, not going to be Maxi, not going to be Chris. I don't think it's going to be Superhero. But to be honest, I feel like it could be a lot of different options. Let me go ahead and pull up the drafts here. Oops, that's the wrong thing. My bad. And that is the wrong draft. So give me a moment. Let me just fix these here. Did I copy it wrong? Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Oh yeah, I just wrote W instead of the URL. That would there we go. And this is going to be Candy Cane. No, it is going to be Snowman. Cap lock on. Snowman versus the other one, which is the Grunch. The Grinch. And I gotta figure out which one of these
Even if you're a player in this tournament,
civs
you
is
can
which.
participate. There's no prize on this, it's just for
Oh, sorry, I forgot again. You can hear the Twitch stream. I was checking, see where they're at, because we can't start the game until they do it. I believe that if we take a look at the bracket, it should be Snowman hosting. So I guess Snowman should be on the left. So again, we have Snowman versus the Grinch. We have for the maps here. Make sure this is the right maps. Yeah, there's the right maps. Okay. So we have for the map picks here, we have Vinland Saga will be game number 1. We have Fortified Freeze and Snow Arabia picked for Snowman, and we have Arctic Circle and Winter Lakes picked for the Grinch. For the civs here, we have Berbers, Tatars, Huns, Teutons, Spanish, which got sniped, Japanese, and Mongols for Snowman. The Grinch picking Italians, Magyars, Lithuanians, Malians, Cumans, which got sniped, Saracens, and Byzantines. Now, the Grinch bans out Turks, which does lead me to believe that they do think their opponent is Harry T. Otherwise, I think it's quite unlikely they would ban the Turks, especially with this kind of map pool. I mean, Fortified Freeze is an arena-style map, so Turks can be quite strong there, but I don't feel like you would prioritize that ban unless you thought your opponent was Harry T. Now, I'm looking at the civs. Now, another thing as well you might think about is you probably, if you think that you're, like everyone else has already guessed your identity already, you'd probably be less worried about trying to hide your playstyle. At a certain point, you think maybe it's just better for me to stick to my strengths and play my best options. So let's see if Snowman, many people think is Harry T, will see that way and will go for sort of, fast castle all-ins. Doesn't really have a lot of great civs for that. I mean, you could go Berbers, Camel Archer, or Mongols, Mangadai. could have gone for that for the Spanish, but they got sniped out. You know, who knows? Maybe we'll see Fast Castle Huns into Tarkins. That would be fun. Probably not, but you know, who knows? We shall see. Grinch picking out just sort of, you know, solid sort of camel civs here for both players, I think. See Snowrabian. It's kind of funny. Snowman picking Snowrabian Fortified Freeze. It's kind of Arabian Arena-esque maps, although I think Fortified Freeze has more potential for some feudal aggression than normal Arena does. But then we see Arctic Circle and Winter Lakes, some sort of water hybrid settings. And we do have some nice hybrid sips for both players, you know, between Malians, Saracens, Byzantines, and Italians. Although, actually, now that I look at it, Snowman doesn't have a lot of hybrid civs for that. I mean, I would say like Berbers and Japanese, basically. You can sometimes, I've seen Mongols played on hybrid settings as well, just because the hunt bonus can be really good to give them a quicker uptime. And a faster uptime to feudal age can be a pretty big deal in terms of getting out your military on the water much faster than your opponent can. So that could be an option there, but they kind of have weak options on the water settings, it feels like to me. So we'll see that they decide to do. Game number 1 is going to be Vinland Saga. We might see Mongols. We could see Mongols, Huns, or Tatars. I mean, I think you probably want to save your Berbers for the hybrid setting. Feels like to me. So maybe Tatars or Mongols. Huns could also be a pick for Winter Lakes. It is a nomad pick, so you could think your Hunnic horse is worth not being able to dock as quickly, just for the better scouting. Pick up some, you know, some options around. As for the Grinch, I mean, hard to say what they could be. I mean, they're sort of solid civs. We see Magyar's second pick, and I know that our base does quite enjoy the Magyars. Would our base be that worried about the Turks from Harry T? I'm not sure. Who knows? Hard for me to say, to be honest. I mean, if we look at the players, I'm thinking about who could we see as the Grinch? Oops. So, Italians, Magyars, Lithuanians, Malians. Let's see. What did our base put as... Yeah, he put Magyars as top civ, as we know. Which is kind of funny, because he does like to boom up. But, you know, he likes to play with Lycav. Forging is really nice. Well, it looks like the Twitch stream has gotten into the first game. So let me go ahead and pull that up here. All right, we're into game number 1. And good for me, the players have picked the correct colors already, red and green. So, start off game number 1 of this set. The second quarterfinal set of the day. And the last quarterfinals we have to cover here. The next sets that we cover will be semifinals. Well, I won't be covering them, but someone else will be. We have the Grinch in the green with the Saracens. And on the other side, we have Snowman with the Mongols. Snowman, who I think is probably Harry T. And the Grinch, I'm not really sure, to be honest. So we're on Vinland Saga again. And as we have seen, this map is pretty aggressive. It's pretty open. You do start with 3 boars, which is nice. But you have to migrate to the middle. And you can have a lot of exposed positions that your opponent can pick apart. So we'll probably see a stable opening from both players. The Mongols are quite nice here. It's a good bit of hunt you're going to grab. Having 3 boars is also nice, but probably the main bonus you look at here is less just the value and more the fact that you can get up very quickly to get your scouts out. Whenever you think about a scout opening, you want to get up to feudal age as quickly as possible. Get the scouts out before your opponent is walled up. And of course, it is quite awkward to wall up on this map. You know, this starting island, you know, at some point it will just be for farming. And then it's not that valuable to hit, to be honest, because your vills can just sort of garrison. But there's often quite a bit of villas you can pick off in the center here, especially when they're just moving over and they don't have military to cover them. So that'll probably be the game plan. Now, if we look at long term, you generally think that, you know, when you have a cav civ versus a camel civ, things won't be too great. And the Saracens have very good camels. They have extra HP. Now, often with the Mongols, what we deal with is Step Lancers. They're Step Lancers with extra HP. Step Lancers are kind of like archers in a way. It's super important to get a mass of them to make them threatening. And, you know, a couple of knights is way better than a couple of Step Lancers, but you get a really big mass of Step Lancers out, they can be really big issue for your opponent to work for. Why are you dropping the game over? Baggy, what is that for? You think this matchup is a game over for either player? But another option you can go into when you're worried about Steps Lancers is you just go for archers. If you have a crossbow mass, they can deal with the Step Lancers. They have the range, and they're not really as worried about the one range that the Lancers have. And of course, the Saracens have very nice archers, so you could think about that. Of course, long term, although Mongols auto win, I don't know about that. No, I don't think there's any auto civ win when, I mean, these are players are playing at a very high level, of course, but it is still quite execution based. And we could still see a crossbow timing from the Grinch here that could run over the Mongols before they get to their ideal comp. Because if you think about Mangadai, you could still fight against it with Arbalester, but it's not ideal. And of course, Mamluks are horrific against Mangadai. I mean, the Mamluks are extremely tanky, and if they get on top of the Mangadai, they'll destroy them. But the Mangadai are so nice to micro, they should be just fine in that case. Pulling in the boar there. Still one boar left for green. Getting Loom in now for Snowman, so we'll probably click up very soon. Man, you're gonna die? Yeah. That's often how it feels when your opponent has a Mangadai mass. So click up to feudal first for Snowman, which is expected as the Mongols. You do expect to click up first. Unless maybe you're up against the Malay, I guess. Pulling in the third boar here. So actually, clicks up to feudal 2 Vils after for the Grinch. They're gonna get about a minute behind. Barracks comes up. We're actually not even on the forward section just yet. Snowman is just kind of scouting things. Green's now going to the mill. Wait, what was... Oh, interesting. What is this? What is this? I mean, I know what it is. It's the second building to click up, but... Like... I mean, there's berries. There's berries. Do we not... Well, alright. I mean, it also would have been better if you're gonna just click up, just build a barrack. This is basically 100 wasted wood. For not much benefit, if you ask me. But, well, we're up to feudal age, and yeah, we don't even have the... Okay, no, never mind. I was gonna say, it would be disastrous if we didn't have the wood to drop a stable. But, okay. We have a stable, we have double bit X. We'll look over the mill for now. I mean, I know it's kind of far, but, like, still, like, this is just... If you're gonna need a second building, just build a barracks. So the scouts are being produced now for the Mongol player. We just build a tower straight up for the Saracens. I don't mind. We're actually going for a range opening, and we're gonna lose a Vil to this scout. Oh, we tried a quick wall, but we do lose it. And the scouts are coming forward. Range is coming up. Now we go forward. But is lumber camp... I mean, it's fine, but I kind of wish it was near some other res, like here near the berries or something, but maybe we'll never take those berries, so it's fine. So we're opening range. Interesting. So it looks like the Saracen player here is going to play much more defensively, which I guess makes sense if you know your opponent's going to be up to feudal age way before you, so their scout rush will be much faster than you. So maybe you think it's not worth it. I still think you'd be fine to get the scouts out. You won't be able to find too much damage, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the Grinch decides to do. Ooh, we're going to go for a forward tower. 4 snowmen here. Playing really aggressively here. Looking to find some damage, but Kicked away by the spear. You don't want to take those hits on your stouts. Oh. Yeah, that's not great. Producing more scouts for Snowman here. Going in for some damage on the wood line. It's really dangerous, kind of reckless. Again, we see line formation. I wonder if Harry T uses box formation. I like point this out a lot, but it's not even useful for me because I don't know who does and who doesn't use box formation. But if someone knows, this would be good, valuable intel. Fletching is on the way for Saracens. We are housed. We wanted to build the house here, but it didn't work. This tower is annoying. I don't know if it's worth it, but it is annoying. Okay, we do kill the spear. Do lose a scout in the process. We can really kill him. We're gonna dive into the tower. You gotta be careful. These are fletching archers, and we have pretty low scouts. This spear's gonna be annoying, but it will die to the vills. Even eco count. Now we're adding a range for ourselves. Okay. Ooh, second range for green. Can we keep that producing? We have 0 in food? Uh-oh. Another housing crisis for Grinch. And we have no farms. We need to add some farms. Skirm's now coming in for Snowman, but we don't have fletching, so those can be microed down with the fletching archers. Scout's looking for more damage. We lose 1 to the TC. Some interesting housing set up here. Now we're starting to wall this up. So you shouldn't be able to get any more damage there for Snowman. The archers are going to find some vills. They actually might get a pick or two. Get really close. That one should die. We do have a skirm in position for Snowman. We actually have 2, but they have no fletching again. That will die. The archers aren't going to collapse on them. Or sorry, the scouts will, but they're low HP, so you can pick them off. That's still pretty good for Grinch. I mean, we don't want to lose our archer mass, but we do have a pretty well defended position here. And we did get 2 Vill kills. However, we do have 2 minutes of idle time because we didn't drop any farms. And we don't have farming space because we built all of our buildings in our farming space. What is going on here? Actually, it looks like we didn't have a mill for the Grinch. So that's why they weren't dropping any farms. But this is terrible. This is terrible for the Fruity Gold. I mean, look how nice it is for the Mongol player here. Still no fletching on the skirms. I feel like it's worth it to go for the fletching. I don't like the armor first. You probably want to go to Mangada at some point anyway, right? Or Cav Archer, so fletching is nice to have. And fletching is just good to have for your defensive buildings as well. Now, someone did mention that our base loves to build houses where he should build farming space under his TC, so maybe this is an R-base move, I don't know. Apparently R-base does also like to play quite defensively, so this could be a sign of that. We're going to micro down the scouts. No fletching on these skirms still, so they can actually still be micro down. It will be hard though because they have the armor, so they're not going to take a lot of damage. But a scout or 2 could kill these pretty easily. We have the starting scout, actually, we could do that with. We don't have a stable right now for the Grinch. And 3.5, sorry, about 3.5 minutes of idle time now for the Grinch, which is not great. And we are kind of lacking on farming space again. We've sort of stuck ourselves in a corner and we deleted more space that we should have for farming. But we're going to walk under this tower, which is not that threatening. We're going to destroy the palisade here. We do click up for the Grinch. Or sorry, for the Snowman. And you look how, like, the lack of farming is a really big deal for the Grinch. We have 7 on food, floating all this wood. And it's also like, where are we even going to farm right now? I think we kind of want to farm here, or maybe here. Grab the berries. But it's very awkward right now. We're going into Castle Age. I wonder what Snowman's gonna do here. We're getting fletching now, which is a little late, but still good. I don't see a second stable or a second range. Oh, we actually wanted the second stable there, but we didn't want to do it in vision, I think. And we need to pull the bills away. Skirms are kind of out of position. This is a lot of archers, actually. We don't want to get up close with the skirms. Not all of those can fire because of the minimum range. So normally you don't want to lose all your archers when you're going up to Castle Age because you want to turn them into crossbows, but we're not actually up to Castle Age just yet. So I guess this is good for the Grinch. If you can clear out the skirms. Like, they don't want to keep making skirms, right? They want to make a Castle Age unit. They don't want to go into skirms long term. I don't see bloodlines for Snowman. So if we want to go for stable, it's kind of awkward. I don't know what these palisades are for. Vision? We have an outpost. What? I don't know what that is. We're getting armor now. We could have got that during Feudal Age. We have no bloodlines either. And we actually have no gold access. I think that was the big problem. I think we have to just go over here or something. We're getting knights out, which will clear up the archers, but that's a really bad timing. Like, we'd rather do something with our Castle Age immediately. We are going to drop a TC, so it looks like we're not going to see much aggression. Stable now for Grinch, who needs to unqueue some bills to go up to Castle Age. I think this is still an okay position for them, but they definitely need to get up to Castle Age real soon. Like, you really need to unqueue some bills and get up to Castle. We're going to lose these archers to the skirm. So if we're thinking about going crossbow, it's not a great option anymore. We don't really have any. Okay, now we see CA for the Mongol player. But I don't think it's going to be a super push because we committed to TC first. But maybe we're going to idle our TCs and just produce army. I don't know. We'll see. Now we're up to Castle Age, but we're really far behind for Grinch. But luckily, thanks to that damage we did, it's actually not horrific for us. I wonder if we're going to see... I think we might see crossbow here. And then, you know, we can make kind of the occasional camel if we want. We do have a stable now for that. So Harry T, I think he kind of likes being more aggressive and adding TCs later. But I don't think it's too suspicious here that it's not Harry T because we kind of got kicked off this gold. We want to secure it. So I think adding the TC here is a good way to secure that spot. Oh, we're up to 3 ranges for the Grinch. Okay, interesting. I think we might be thinking about timing attack here.
Yes.
Building a siege workshop. But it's not forward for Snowman. So this looks like a more defensive option. Now we're getting horse collar in for the Grinch. So things have kind of calmed down here. 10 eco lead now for Snowman. So Grinch is really going to have to make something happen. They're really far behind, timing-wise. Crossbow and Bodkin does come in. And they do outnumber military-wise, but we're going to have to micro against the Scorpions here. Actually, might want a couple of knights instead of camels to deal with the Scorpion, but you know, maybe the camels will be just fine. I mean, they have more HP, so works out. We're going to build a siege workshop. I guess it's kind of forward. We're very close to our opponent. Ooh, okay, we're going to get in the wood line, see if we can get any kills. Just 1, 2, 3 kills. Almost 4, not quite. Now this is the only wood line that Snowman has. Scorpions are going to try and look for some damage, but they're kind of out of position. They're slow. We don't have a res or house. Ooh. I'm not producing military right now. This is actually kind of rough for Snowman. Scorpion comes in. Okay, this Scorpion's going to do a lot of damage though. We have to be careful. We don't want to be wasteful. There's also no bloodlines or anything on these camels, so it's just raw camel here. 3 Scorpions. We do have to respect those, but they are slow. So we can just try and outmaneuver them right now. A knight, I think, would still do better against these. Just 1 or 2 knights. But Mangonel's going to come out for the Grinch. Ooh, there's some nice hits there. It's unfortunate for the Grinch. The Saracen archers do more damage to buildings, so they are good for that. We're actually out of gold, it looks like, and now we're coming forward to build some more gold. Or build some more gold? Sorry, mine some more gold. But it's kind of forward. It's a little dangerous. If we lose this position, we'll lose access to our gold. This mangonel's in the way of the mining camp. Okay, there it goes. We have to be careful for both players. We don't want to lose our archer mess, our crossbow mess, but we also don't want to lose our scorpions here. And Snowman kind of has an eco management problem here. Like, we do have an eco lead, but like, we just don't have much res right now. And they're working really... Oh, this is a really bad choke point. You don't want to fight into that for the Grinch. Mangonel's gonna come out for Snowman. We're housed again. Gotta be careful with the scorpion. We're mining stone. We're in a forward castle, but our opponent can actually see that. Yeah, I mean... see, that's the thing. That's... Upgrade-less camels. Not great against TC4. Okay, this is going to be a big micro battle. So we really need to keep this crossbow match for the Grinch. Ooh, a nice shot. That was downhill, so the mangonel is saved for the Grinch. But it's actually really low HP. Kills one scorpion, but the scorpions are still mostly intact. Another mangonel coming forward. Nothing being produced at the Siege Workshop for no... Ooh. Some really low HP crossbows, though. They can get picked off. And... let's be careful. Oh, but Snowman drops the castle first. Do you deny the tower? I don't know. Oh, but the mangonel comes forward. You need to kill the Vills with that. Target the Vills. Oh, that's a big shot. We're also over here doing damage, but I think we're really looking here. This castle's going to get up first, though. I mean, this tower is kind of a waste. We got denied the stone. We got denied this gold, too. The forward mining camp didn't work out. Yeah, I mean... honestly, good for Snowman just to say, okay, well... I need to, like, take control of this space and just build the castle. I think that might have been bought. Because I don't think we were on stone, really. Well, actually, never mind. We are on stone, actually. Good thinking. This is a really good castle. We got kicked off of gold. Now we're adding a second TC, but the eco count is still better for Snowman, but things are quite awkward. That being said, with the castle, we can start producing Mangadai. Step Lancer comes in. And we've lost a lot of our crossbows, though. We're pretty low military count for the Grinch. Flowing a lot of wood, not a lot of food right now. Can't keep producing at the TCs for, well, either player, actually. I think a little better for Snowman. Kind of what I saw in last set is that the farming space is actually a really big deal on this map. It's really hard to secure space. Right now, Grinch does have more space, but we actually have no stone for our castle of our own, which we would really like to secure more area. Harry T has to go to the bathroom. Ooh, it's a nice find for the Grinch. I'm gonna kill a lot of Vills here. And, oh, there's 0 army for Snowman. Wow. Ooh, that's not good. The crossbows actually outranged the TC, by the way, here. These Vills get kicked off. There's no military at all for Snowman. Our eco's kind of a mess. See, this is kind of like all our farming eco. We have nothing to clean up the crossbows right now. Scorpion's coming forward, but it's really slow. And these Vills are all going to die. We don't even have ballistics for the Grinch, but... that being said, the eco's kind of a mess for the Grinch, too. I mean, you can use the market. It's a little better for the Saracens, of course. I think we need to add some more farms, though. We have some nice farming space here. Now we add a third TC now. $22 crossbows and a single scorpion. Snowman. I mean... this is... oh, we're mashing up battering rams, too, for the castle. This is a really bad spot for Snowman, but... we really need to see some army produced. We don't really have the res for it, I think, is the big problem. A lot of Vills have been idle in this TC for a very long time. These Vills have been idle for a very long time. I think we're trying to clean up this mess, but We don't have the military for it. We don't have a Manganai, which, like, maybe what we could do is make some Manganai and pressure our opponent, but we don't have the eco for it right now. And the Grinch just is going to keep up the pressure here. Oh, these vills are going to flee from this TC, but that's all our farm eco. We're going to lose more vills from this. And our opponent's on 3 TCs, so they're going to be much better off. I don't know what... I don't know what's... I'm not sure what Snowman's doing right now, I gotta be honest. We're not producing out of the... Like, we're not producing out of anything. Kind of idle TCs. We don't have... Our military's 1 mangonel. We're going to stone, okay. Maybe we're thinking about a fort castle or something. We do see this. I mean, a castle on this TC would be nice, but we don't really have a military to secure that. That vill's gonna die to the castle. And these rams are gonna do the job, I think. We're messing them up. And I don't think Snowman has seen them. I mean, we see it's garrison, but we probably think it's a mangonel or something. And I don't think we're even paying attention to that because we're probably just seeing our eco die. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're gonna go for a YOLO Fort Castle. Oh, take the rams out now. Take the rams out now. Take the rams out now, please. Freeze Grinch. Look home. Hello? Okay, there, the rams come out. The pathing's very awkward. We're shooting vills. The pathing's really terrible in the rams. Yeah, okay, we just leave the workshop because it's so bad. And now we're gonna... I think this castle will go down. And we're gonna Vill fight. I mean, this is still okay, right? I mean, Grinch can just go up to Imp. We're just gonna go and Vill fight, alright. Vill fight the Vills. Yeah, the castle will go down here. Okay, the castle will die. We're gonna lose more Vills. And I think that was kind of Snowman's last hope there. So... GG 11, yeah. It's kind of their last shot. Castle did go up, but the Rams were ready. And the Grinch takes game number 1. So... I mean, it kind of looked like the game was pretty even up to when... Kind of... I feel like this attack here... Early on, it sort of denied the gold. And Snowman didn't, like, really do much with their castle timing. I mean, Grinch was so far behind the castle, but just put a lot of pressure on and made things messy for Snowman. So, we did get the TC up, but then we just didn't have enough army, it felt like. We had enough to sort of deal with the crossbow in theory, but I think we got outpositioned by the Grinch. And then, you know, at a certain point, you know, the... Grinch just had more army, more eco, and won the game. So I guess you were wrong, Baggy. The Mongols was not an auto win here at all. In fact, they lost. So let me pull up game number 2 here. Oops, that's the wrong thing. All right. We're into game number 2. I just realized I can go ahead and set. So this will be Snowman and Grinch. Set. Okay. So into game number 2. We're on to Snow Arabia. Again, this is just like Arabia. This is one of Snowman's home maps, so presumably they're going to be quite well prepared for Arabia here. We have Huns for the snowman in red. And we have Malians for the Grinch in green. So again, I'm glad these players, they understand the objective here and they both pick correct colors so I don't have to change them. Luring, pushing in deer really early, probably just because we found them really early. We're going to scout with this sheep. Now the sheep is snowman. So we have Huns versus Malians on what is basically Arabia. Probably we'll see a range opening from both players. Or sorry, stable opening from both players. Kind of similar to the previous game. You know, Hun's game plan is CA. Although usually for Mongols it's Mangadai at some point. But the CA are also good. They shoot faster. So whenever you go against the Huns, you always think about what are you going to do against the CA mass. Or, you know, before they get to a mass. Which ideally is what you do. You sort of hit them before they're able to get a big massive CA. Because it can be really oppressive at that point. Malians do have a higher pierce armor on their infantry, which I don't think we'll see come into play, but it is something to keep in mind. That's at least could be good if we had spear defense against CA. I mean, like they'll still get outmaneuvered, but it's a little bit better than if they, you know, had nothing. Pushing in the deer, pulling in a boar. Snowman will probably do the same very soon. And the Malians, you know, they have a lot of different options. They're kind of just a nice all-around civ, I would say. They have great camels, of course. They are generic until they get to Farumba in late game. So, you know, you're probably thinking more about Castle Age options when you're up against the Huns. As opposed to late game options. But we do see Farumba, they will probably do quite well here. See a mill, so probably not a man at arms rush here for Snowman. And the Hun stables do produce faster. So, in theory, if we scout rush, we can probably produce faster. Or, sorry. I mean, yes, we can produce faster if it was a single staple. But, you know, if we go scout v scout, in theory, the Huns will do a little bit better. Because they should have more scouts out earlier. In theory. Which, you know, is kind of worse for us. But I don't know. Maybe we'll see a range opening. Range opening, or getting onto range at some point against the Huns seems like a good idea to me. Because at some point you'll want to deal with CA or have something against the CA. We actually see Snowman's not pushing in the deer at all. And instead scouting the opponent. That's an interesting choice. Not even pushing, like, at least two, like 1 or 2 deer before scouting. Maybe thinking about... I think Grinch was maybe thinking they were going to get lamed. It should be fine, though. You have 2. I mean, this is annoying, but you have 2 bills. Right? This doesn't do too much. I mean, it does make things kind of awkward, but it's not a huge deal. It doesn't make a big difference. But yeah, having a range and being on sort of X for scrims at some point is nice when you're up against Huns. Like if you're going to be really worried about mass CA. Of course, it's not that you have to go for scrims against CA. I mean, Scorpion defense can work. But I think it really depends on your setup. Like if you have enough CA and you micro down the Scorpions and then you have a few knights to kill the Scorpions or Manganai like with Forward Siege, then your life gets a lot harder. Of course, the Siege also does well against skirms, but I don't know. I feel like even though the skirms can be outmaneuvered, it can still be a better option than dealing with Scorpions. But also depends what kind of other military unit you want, of course, right? Skirms would be easier to... Like, they're like, you know, a defensive option, right? It doesn't really serve itself very well to going forward. You really need some siege or like a knight or some other unit to work with. And you don't really want to go knights against CA. It's not Great choice. Free walling here. Even with Loom, it seems a little wasteful to me, but fair enough. Probably just expecting aggression. We're up to be up to feudal a little earlier for Snowman. Yeah, we're gonna drop the stable. We need double Bidax. We have the barracks up already for Grinch. A nice little wall towards the TC here. You see stable, kind of awkward place, but not that bad. Running under the TC for the Grinch. See the opponent stable. Not that surprising. Yep, stable opening for both players. And we're gonna wall up here for the Huns. It's gonna take us a while to fully wall. We could wall here towards the edge of the map. This is like very open. Probably not worth walling all of this right now. It's gonna take way too long. I'm actually going to the deer. I think that's an automatic thing though. I don't think... Well, that's quite far. I don't know if the village starts that far. Anyway, we have 2 scouts out for Snowman. They're gonna look for some damage and they will find a kill. We don't have a spear or anything. These villas are very like out in the open. Let's see, where does Snowman looking here? We haven't gone forward with the scouts. Okay, we're just gonna full wall up for fun player here. But we might be thinking about walling towards here. Not sure what that is. Okay, that's just a mistake. About to be 3 scouts forward for the Grinch. We are housed. Adding a bunch of farms, really nice farming eco. It's even with horse collar too. No horse collar for a Grinch. We're gonna grab Town Watch because we're housed. Walk face first to do a palisade wall, but there's still plenty of space to work right here. Of course, we kind of have to go all the way around to avoid diving into the TC. But might be able to make something happen. Actually, not too much going on just yet. There are some low HP scouts here, though, so we could take a better engagement unless we're downhill. Oh, that's not good. Those are some pretty bad hits to take. But we're gonna pull away the enemy scouts. That's nice. And see if we can find something with our 2 scouts that are healthy. So now the enemy scouts are out of position. But there is a spear, and now our scouts aren't doing anything. We do see the range, though. That's good intel for us. See, back home, we're getting onto gold. Might be adding a range very soon themselves. We actually never took these deer, which is funny. It's actually a pretty low aggression so far. Now we do see a range for Grinch. Getting wheelbarrow for Snowman. Really nice farming setup. This is a good farming setup too. These are horse collarless, but it's an option. Looking for some damage, but I don't think we're really gonna find much. Get some hits off on the Seville, but the spears around, I don't think... Yeah, we can't really make too much happen with that. Gonna add a market. We're not actually producing anything out of this range just yet. I'm gonna click up to Castle H first, it kind of seems like. And I wonder if Grinch is just gonna go skirms here against the CA and the archers too, if the archers come forward. We're not quite fully walled. We still have this sort of section. You actually pardon me for a moment, folks. I'm gonna leave this running. I'm just gonna grab something to eat real quick, just a small snack. So we see the kind of classic game plan for the Huns. CA, forward siege. But I think Grinch is very much aware of this. Dropping the second TC. I don't think they're going to go for the third TC just yet. Has some scouts out. Has Bloodline's first armor. Sees the archers. I wonder if it's going to be... Okay, it does drop the third TC. That could be... It could be bad for them. We're up to 6 CA. We have Bodkin. We even have Bloodlines too. You don't see this either. I don't have too much military, just a few camels. And knight. Husbandry's coming in for Snowman. I assume we'll probably see, yep, there's a mangonel. Grinch is kind of looking around, trying to see what's going on, but, ooh. Is about to scout the forward siege. So what are they going to do in response? We see some more palisades from Snow, which I guess are for vision, but I don't know why you don't just drop an outpost. I know they cost stone, but... Now we see the CA, big surprise. And what do we do in defense? Looks like nothing. Okay, there's the siege. But this could be quite dangerous for Grinch. Armor even coming in for the CA. These two cap could be annoying, but Mangonel is coming forward. Probably see a second Mangonel soon. I think we need to sort our eco a little bit. Feels like we need a little more on wood. Less on food. Although I guess we don't, there's no reason to pull away from farms. May as well put them to use. Walling behind this. Can't build houses. Palisade gate will go down soon. Still nicely walled behind here. And then Mangonel will be out, but the city could still run through. See how Grinch defends against this. We got 26 army to 10. Mangonel is just ready. Hasn't popped out yet. Scout running through. Mangonel's coming forward. Gotta be careful with that Mangonel though. Ooh. Oh yeah, well played from Grinch. Gotta be careful we don't get that mangonel sniped. Okay, get good from both. Don't get hit by the mangonel, don't get sniped by the CA. But I think this is on attack ground, this mangonel, so we gotta be careful. If Snowman notices that. Okay, we're getting more camels out, but I feel like camels are pretty bad against CA still. I mean, knights are bad against CA and they have more pierce armor, so I have to imagine camels are not great either, but we'll see. Getting a scorpion now. It is actually, well, it is good to deal with the knight that wants to snipe the siege, so at least there is that. We're going to be up to 23 CA pretty soon for Snowman. Can Grinch hold this position? We gotta be careful. Oh, that's actually an overchop. I don't know if Snowman's definitely not thinking about that, but if he thinks, well, I'm not making much progress, maybe I can find damage somewhere else. Could definitely go over there. We're gonna build a castle here. Do you need a castle here? Is this really where you're least defensible? Big shot, but this is a lot of CA. Gotta be careful of the mangonel. Don't go too far forward. We're actually still open here on the side, but I don't know if someone's gonna spot that. Another nice shot. Micro down the mangonel, okay. We're losing all of our camels here. Now it's 12 army for the Grinch to 31 for Snowman. Coming forward for a castle, ooh. But do you not just castle this TC, right? Yeah, you just like castle this TC. Man, imagine if Snowman went around the side here, though. You build palace again. Why don't you just build an outpost? Why don't you just build an outpost, man? Come on. Palace doesn't give you that much vision. I guess if you have town watch, it's not that bad. But anyway, scorpions are out. Going into scattered formation. I think this will go up. Grinch can't really stop this. It's not disastrous. It's not great. Losing the camels is also not great. I don't think there's any reason to really bother. Like, you can't stop at this point. You don't want to lose your army. Geppetto coming out, which I don't know what you can even do with that. I mean, you could maybe snipe Vils, which could be good, but you can't really kill the CA with that. So this TC will go down. It'll kick away the Grinch. And we actually have 14 minutes of idle TC time. Oof. Our equally isn't even that good. And someone's looking for damage around here. Imagine if they went over here. Oh, we did spot this from the Grinch. That's really well thought out to put a stone wall there. Runs of gold. Definitely going to go up to Imp pretty soon for Snowman. Going up to Imp with this kind of play is actually really nice because, you know, you don't really spend much food on your build. It's just builds and upgrades here and there. Your main unit only costs wood and gold, so you have a bunch of gold already. We do cook up to Imp. Might cook up to Imp soon for the Grinch, but not that soon. Stay looking for damage over here. You can find... Ooh, you're gonna break through that really quickly. Yeah, that's a lot of CA. Scorpions are out though. No ballistics on them, but you do have to be careful. You don't want to lose your mass of CA here. This is 36 military to 13. And see, the Grinch wants to go up to Imp, but it's gonna be late to it, and it has like no army. This does feel like a very classic Harry T approach, you know? Good old Boobly days of Hun Wars. Although they didn't actually play with CA that much, I don't think, from my understanding. We're actually, I think we're walling up the castle to avoid battering and be able to hit it down, which is funny to me. But we're going to click up to Imp soon. We're going to be about a minute and a half behind. And, yeah, we still don't have much military. The Grinch. And only 64 eco. We would have hoped to have like a much better eco lead. Is there a re? My gold and no back wood. Holy. kind of just says that to us. I think the... I'm not sure if the chat setting is wrong there or what. I mean, you had a forward gold there, I guess. I don't think that's really a read, though. I think it's just unfortunate generation here. Let me say, it's definitely not a good spot. We're gonna have 2 castles against 1, though. Wheelbarrow coming in. Getting the armor. We have a Treb already out. Or Snowman. We might be able to defend this, though. If we have 2 castles versus 1, we're up to imp pretty soon. As long as we don't lose our castles, we actually might be okay here. This market goes down. Actually, this castle does defend that spot. We could maybe find some damage here, though, with the CA, but I know we want to protect these Trebs. That's kind of our main thing. But still, like, very little army for the Grinch. I've been producing Trebs right now. Yeah, we don't have the eco for it. Oh, we lost our market. Yeah. That actually really sucks. We are going to lose that castle before we can produce a Treb. Now we have 1 versus 1 castle. And our opponent already has 3, almost 4 Trebs. This looks pretty bad for Grinch. We don't really have any military. We're getting heavy camel, which is okay. Really need the last armor, though. And we don't really have anything to do with this mini CA, though. And once this castle goes down, that's kind of it's kind of all Grinch has to hold things back here. It's kind of why I almost wonder. Well, yeah. Now that I think about it, you don't have Bracer for the skirms, so your skirmers are gonna suck late game. Kind of feels like the Mullions don't have a great option against the CA. I mean, you have Arbalester, but again, you don't have Bracer, so really not something you want to play for long term. So both castles are down. This TC is gonna go down. These CA are all, or sorry, these camels are all gonna die to the CA. We're getting Thumb Ring. We have ballistics. We have Bracer. We have the armor. I mean, I don't think Grinch has anything here to work with. As long as we just don't lose all our CA. And the GG is called. And Snowman ties up the series here. So yeah, it kind of felt like oh, got the wrong thing. I felt like Snowman was just very comfortable here. Play with the Huns. Don't take too much damage early. Get up to Castle Age. Get the nice big CA mess out. And then, yeah, kind of felt like, I mean, Grinch didn't lose too much. But I think the main thing is 26 minutes idle TC time. So you didn't even have that much more eco than your opponent, like you would have hoped to have. And your opponent got up to Castle Age, or sorry, Imperial Age before you, tread the castles down. And then, I don't know, I mean, it feels like we just didn't have a unit to deal with this. And I don't know, maybe the Mollies just don't have a good option for that. In which case, you might need to play more aggressively early on to avoid your opponent getting that CMS, but I'm not sure. Hard to say. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into the next game here. Excuse me. Okay, game number 3. Sorry, I'm like messing with my mouse sensitivity. There we go. It's not quite right. All right. So, welcome everyone to game number 3. The series is tied up. So, this again, kind of like last set we saw earlier today. This one is a big deal because then you'll be on match point. We are playing here on Arctic Circle. We have Snowman with the Japanese playing against the Grinch with the Byzantines. And we're on Arctic Circle. So I've seen this map once before in this tournament. And this important thing to keep in mind. The fish is going to be really important here. But it's also hybrid terrain. So, you know, when you look at these, all of this deep fish around here, you can walk on it. So it's a little interesting. You can get your vills out and harvest some of the shorefish. Of course, like you have to build a dock on the shoreline, but that can be a big deal. So, you know, fishing ships, of course, you still want to make fishing ships. There's still deep fish to work with, but it can also be, there's not like any berries at all. So, you know, can be a big deal to get some more food eco if you get your vills working on the water here. And if we look at the Japanese, of course, they have faster working fishing ships like we saw earlier today in the other set. Those fishing ships are a really big target. So, actually interesting. We have, again, Japanese versus Byzantines. Snowman dropping some lore from the Snowman song, Frosty the Snowman song. Interesting. Maybe talking about themselves. I'm not sure. I don't know why. I'm not sure what prompted that. I also don't know why we don't see a dock yet. Okay, I think dock is coming up pretty soon. Now, I think if Snowman is Harry T, isn't a big fan of water settings. So we'll see how the performance is here. I almost wonder if the Grinch may have picked water settings because they thought their opponent wasn't going to be very comfortable on them, assuming that they think it is Harry T, and they did ban Turks, so kind of leads me to think it is Harry T, but I could be wrong. Cluster of deer up here on the hill. Dock up now for the Byzantine player. Dock will be up shortly for the Japanese player here. And again, this matchup, it's a little different. You have a lot more space to work with here than the previous map. But of course, if you think about Byzantine fires, you don't want to go one-on-one versus them because your fires are just going to lose. So you could think about going galleys here, actually. I don't think we will see galleys. They're very micro-intensive, especially against fires. But we could see that as an option. Usually, the Japanese want to go for the range options, be that CA or whatnot. So having the fletching bodkin upgrades are good to have in general for your main land military unit. Of course, here against the Byzantines, it is a little awkward. They have cheaper skirms, so they have a good option there. But also, you do have better man-at-arms, so that could be a choice for you. Or you could just make knights, of course. I know your opponent has cheaper spears and knights, or sorry, camels, but you know, they're not best at, they don't excel at everything. Nice hill from Snowman, but yeah, still a big HP difference. Another nice hill for Snowman. And we're going to go back to the hill, and then, okay, Grinch isn't going to take the bait this time. Fair enough. We have about to be 4 fishing ships. About to be 3 fishing ships. 3 for Grinch. 4 for Snowman here. Researching Loom for both players, so we'll see click up pretty soon. See it for Grinch, and then we'll see, yep, right after Loom for Snowman. So pretty similar up times. A few more fishing ships for snowmen, which makes sense to the Japanese player. You just have to make sure you protect these. I mean, they're gonna get a lot of work in, of course, but are they gonna get enough work in? We see gold being mined for the Grinch. Makes sense. You want to get some fires out. I kind of wonder if a forward dock would actually make a lot of sense here as the Grinch. It's sort of quicker to reinforce your fires, easier to deny your opponent's fishing ships. Going for barracks for snowman. This is going to be too late to be a man-at-arms rush, so maybe we'll see scouts or range opening on land. Which makes sense, again, if this is Harry T. I don't think Harry's a big fan of water, so maybe doesn't even want to fight on water. And we'll see. Actually docking the center, which is interesting. Docking the center for Grinch. No barracks, though. Oh, okay, the barrack comes up now. Hasn't scouted the opponent's barracks yet. Fire comes out for Grinch instantly. Up to Feudal for Snowman. Okay, there's gonna be a range opening. Grinch should spot that. Okay, that's good intel. Do you go for skirms? Well, this has to be archers, right? But your opponent has cheaper skirms, so... we see a demo being produced from here. So, again, like I said, this is hybrid terrain, so you gotta be careful when your opponent has a dock. Would you see a range from Grinch? Definitely need to kill these fishing ships, though. We actually see a single fire being produced by Snowman. Double bit X coming in for Grinch. Probably want to wall this up at some point. Okay, we're docking the center for Snowman as well. We did spot our enemy's dock. I think Grinch has just spotted that dock. We do have a couple of archers, but our opponent will have skirms in the near future. You see the food eco has like been much better for the Grinch. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, like, this fire is super late. It's kind of the problem with not having a forward dock. I mean, it's good to dock this. Ooh. Imagine its demo came forward. I wonder if Grinch will save. Oh, okay. It's coming forward. Let's see. Snowman's not going to see this in time. Demo goes forward. Oh, 3 Vil kills. That's huge. What also is huge is these fishing ships, though. They had families. Well, they will have to mourn their loss. Just passing moment. Okay. See a fire battle here. Again, the Byzantines will win out here unless there's repairs, but I don't know. Is it gonna come in time? Is a fire on our fishing ship? Ooh, yeah. Not right in time. Losing those Vils on the shortfish kind of sucked there because we could have prepared for those, but going for the enemy's fish, but our fire is now on our fishing ships. That being said, the food still looks pretty good for Snowman. We might still be able to get up to Castle Age before our opponent. And okay, we're repairing the fishing ships. There's actually 2 versus 1 here, so the fire for the Byzantines gonna lose here. Actually lame the deer with our skirm. That's funny. We have fletching in, but actually, we haven't actually done anything with these archers just yet for Snowman. No fletching. I don't know what's happening there. Grinch kind of missing out to kill these fishing ships, which is not good. You don't want to let the Japanese fishing ships just go uncontested. We're actually floating so much wood. I think we should drop a we should drop a mill, get some farms out. We could also add some fishing ships here in the center too. Just 1 or 2 maybe, not overcommit. Stable now coming out for Snowman. We're gonna lose a Vil. We're gonna lose the okay, we do lose a Vil, not the one I thought. We're gonna finish the stable. Walk under the TC, okay. And the fishing ships are still safe, actually, for Snowman. Which is, again, not what you want when you're up against the Japanese. We do have, well, only 2 farms out. Reducing fire, some bishop. Ooh. We might lose some more vills, though. Although this is not the best vill killing option. I mean, you might get 1 pick, unless... Okay, yeah, if we don't micro, we're not going to get it. Some more skirms come forward. We're getting a scout out for the deal with the skirms, but we do have a spear. 2 docks per snowman. That demo was definitely not worth it. The fishing ships continue to work uncontested, though. Their just thinking is pretty big. However, we are kind of, okay, well, now we're adding farm. See, look, this is the Castle Age difference, because the fishing ships were never killed, really. They were repaired nicely. And we have farms. We're adding houses. It looks like, once again, Grinch is going to be really far behind a Castle Age. But they've shown that it doesn't, like, it's not the end for them. Like, they're applying a lot of pressure here. The scout can't do that much with the spears around. And this is just, like, it's just super annoying. And I think you need to... Oh, we have no fletching on these. Wait, is that real? Yeah, there's no fletching on these. I'm actually going to vilify, which you can do because the skirms have minimum range. Like the demo came out, finished the other fire off. But again, we need to kill the fishing ships. We don't really care about anything else. Okay. Still no fletching. So these archers are not that good. They do have bonus damage against spears, though, so they'll kill them pretty easily. We're going to click up to Castle Age pretty soon for Grinch. Another fire comes in. Still hasn't killed any fishing ships, though. Okay, that dock goes down. But at least Grinch has control of the center. I still wonder if maybe Grinch would be better off just if they built a forward dock at some point. So that your opponent couldn't have the fishing ships working uncontested. Throw up the Castle Age. You're going to make some nice deal with his army, which is a good choice for Snowman. Grinch is going to just try and commit with his army. It's too late to pull them back, so we're just going to try and find as much damage as possible. And he's going to full wall up against the superior military. We'll need to wall this up too. Be careful about this wood line. Could chop through. And yeah, just going to find as much damage as possible. Skirms are cheaper again, so it's not like a huge loss. If you can kill a bunch of archers with it, it's not a huge deal. Again, we control the center. We could add some more fish with that. And we do need to wall this, though. That is not fully walled. And I presume Red's going to go forward. Does Grinch not notice this? Actually getting gold mining for Snowman. So much of our eco has been gold based here. Getting horse collar, adding a stable. Okay, yeah, now we're walling up. We actually have no stone for TC, I think, because we sold it to click up. Is now thinking about what they want to do. As archers, gonna go for crossbow. It's an interesting choice. Seems like they're gonna go on the aggressive here. They sold these stones, they kind of have to go all in. Monks will be soon out, but it's kind of awkward placement because I don't think they can get through to the center here, which is what they want. But we have crossbow, we have bodkin. Snowman's adding a second TC though. Yeah, we have to delete that to get the monk through. Okay, yeah, now we add a gate. Makes sense. The crossbow can sit on this wood line and be super annoying. Snowman's pulling back from that position, getting the second armor in. Now we have some fishing ships for the Grinch in the center. Floating some wood. Definitely want to get on stone or add a force siege or something. Yeah, we wanted a force siege here, but we haven't spotted that our opponent has a as a TC. This monk is a little slow, a little lazy, but should return that to the monastery soon. We're walking into the TC range, but actually Snowman's not really doing anything. We have the second armor, so these knights are pretty tanky. We're gonna micro down pretty well. There are some low HP knights, but I don't know if we're gonna... Ooh, pull back to the fires. That's really smart. Yeah, we can't really fight that Snowman here. We're actually, we were gonna add the Siege Workshop, but then we realized that's such a good idea. So yeah, this is actually kind of hard for a Snowman here. Like, you want to just rush down these crossbows, but you can get pulled back to the fires, and we lost a lot there. Adding a less aggressive forward siege for Grinch. I'm gonna go on the aggressive here. We have a siege from Snowman, but this hill could be pretty nasty for the Japanese player here. That being said, we are 1 versus 2 TC, so Snowman could make things come back here with a better eco. Probably see Mangonel soon. Oh, forward TC on the stone. Interesting. We bought that stone. We didn't have any. Monks are forward. Not producing any military other than a Mangonel right now for Snowman. Pretty nice eco setup for both players here, though. Eco count's pretty even. Yeah, we can't go into that with the 2 monks in the hill. But we also don't want to go too forward for the Grinch and lose stuff under the TC. Okay, Grinch is actually adding a 3rd TC. He's not going super aggressive here. Mangonel is coming forward. We do have to be careful about that. But our own Mangonel. This is downhill, though. This monk is... I don't know what this monk is doing. He's very brave. Okay. Well, they're dead. Fires are roaming around. I wonder if they can range that archery range. Actually getting Sanctity in for our monks. We have a second Mangonel. It looks like Grinch is not going to go too crazy here. It's just going to try and add up eco. This 4 TC can be a problem, though, because it's kind of in the line of fire. I'm getting Bloodline in for Snowman. Okay. Gotta be careful again around the Mangonel. We have our own Mangonels coming forward. A nice shot. Oh, okay, monks pop out. Mangonel's going way too far forward. I don't know what it's doing. We might lose. Yeah, we lost 1 knight to conversions. We did pick up the Mangonel. It's good. We're actually getting redemption for Grinch. The Byzantine monks also heal faster. These also, I think these fishing ships have been idle for a really long time now. Just not great. If we do leave these palisades, we can take this hill. And don't want to lose all of our crossbows to the TC there. Oh, that's a good Mangonel shot. Doesn't look great for either player, though, to be honest. The converted knight doesn't quite kill the Mangonel. Just need like 1 volley to kill that, but now it's gonna get repaired out. Oh, we're gonna drive a castle. Yeah, this is where the 4 TC didn't look like a good choice from the Grinch, especially if the plan was just don't. This is not gonna go well for Grinch. This is not gonna go well for Grinch. You gotta just pull out. You gotta get out of here now. Just get out now. You have an eco advantage still, so it's okay. Just get out, drop another TC somewhere else. So this is where the 4 TC... It's kind of like... It's a little questionable for many reasons, but the main reason I think is because the way Grinch seemed to play is like, I'm just gonna put some pressure on my opponent, not a lot, and I'll just boom up behind this. But if one of your TCs is forward, you know, that's going to be 12 vills you're just going to lose when the position gets pushed. But now Grinch should think about dropping their own castle. I don't like this castle that much. I mean, I feel like you still have an advantage on the map here, military-wise and eco-wise as well. I feel like you'd be better off trying to contest some more space. You know, cut off some more area. I feel like this is already a pretty secure region. I feel like you'd be better off securing more space for yourself. And you need a third TC now as well. Because this one's going to go down, so you need to go to a third TC because you have 2. So you're going to get behind if your opponent has 3 and you have 2. We are very housed here. We're going to drop some more houses. We're roaming around looking for some more damage. We could maybe find this wood line. Actually, this fire is doing some work. Causing a housing crisis for... Actually, no, we have plenty of housing space, things like that. Okay, actually, click up the imp. Ooh. That's a good timing for Grinch. Snowman's really far behind imp-wise. So maybe you're just thinking about, you know, I'll go up to imp, and I'll take a defensive position. And then I will kill them with bombard cannons and mangonels and arbalest. But I still would prefer some kind of more forward castle or something, you know, I don't know. I mean, I know you can't do this position anymore, but maybe here, maybe just here. Actually, here would be really nice. Cover the shoreline, too. Our opponent now has built a dock, is going to build a demo raft. Could maybe kill the fishing ships, would probably be the biggest thing they could do. Or the crossbows. That could also be a really big swing. We're teching into Halb, looks like. Makes sense if our opponent is on full cav. Okay, the demo comes forward. Let's see what it can do. Oh. Well, I mean, that's a little disappointing, to be honest. Mangonel gets converted anyway. Building castle here. Maybe to get back on water for Snowman. But Grinch is going to be up to Imp, and we're still really far away from Imp for Snowman. See the res collected difference? Like about 5,000. Grinch has just had a better eco setup for a longer time. You should have seen that castle. You know, it's there now. We can actually make cannon... Or sorry, oh, we don't even need... I think we get Dromans, don't we? If we get faster firing Dromans as Byzantines, that's really nasty. See Trap, which is good. Okay, great. This is really bad for Snowman. We're going to try and contest in the water now, but I don't think we're going to be able to. This castle's going to go down. Crossbow or just walking under the castle fire. We lose these vills. We might get this dock up. We will get this dock up. Actually, no ballistics with Grinch right now. Going into war galleys. We're going to get some fires out. Maybe some fast fires. Presumably. And the Dromans are going to be out too. And those can knock down the castle. That's the only thing that's really keeping Snowman on the water. I think this drone should go forward right now. Like, right now. Because you have an imp advantage. Your opponent is so far from imp. Winning a demo ship. Okay, the drone is coming forward. I don't think you should go for the... I think you should just kill the castle. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, killing the docks are better. I mean, it's good. But you should have a tech advantage as far as... Oh. It's a decent demo ship. Pikes are cheaper, so it's not a huge deal. Oh, yeah, now the crossbow are in on the back. Just now getting Embracer. Some more demo ships come forward. Go for the Dromans, but don't get it. I mean, I guess it's, in this case, getting the docks down is a more secure play. I would like to see the fires being a little more in front of the Dromans to protect from demo ships. Another nice shot. Gonna kill 2 more fires. Maybe actually you want to go Galleon here. I know the fire is like kind of your better option. Do we should get Galleon? We do. So maybe we go for Galleon. Another big demo shot there on the pikes, but actually it doesn't matter that much. I think it's mainly just to draw fire from the demos. And see, these demos can be good, but I don't think they're gonna do the job, and Snowman doesn't have the eco set. 3 on food. We've lost so much eco. 31 eco deaths for Snowman. Now we're going for a forward castle. And the Treb's gonna come forward and Treb this down. 3 demos out. Might get a nice shot off. It's a nice hit, but doesn't quite do the job. Making more demos. This Treb is going to... It's kind of a weird spot to put it, but that'll still do. You should split these away. So at least if they use both of their demos. Okay, we only use 1. Yeah, this was an odd spot to put the Treb. I don't know what that... You should just put it here. Where you're building a castle, but... And that Drummond actually will die to the... Right. So, I was gonna say there's no way the Japanese player could come back on water here, but... Grinch isn't really producing out of the water. That being said, I don't think it's going to matter that much. If we just focus on this position. Because the thing is, Snowman is not going to get up to Imp at this rate. There's like just no way. So, like maybe if Snowman was getting up to Imp behind all that, they could make something happen. But now we have Fast Fire coming in. I'm looking around for some more demo hits. Those 2 didn't really do anything. This castle will die. We don't have Halbin yet. Would like to see that in the near future. Oh, we're gonna try and demo the Treb? Well, almost. Only 1 Treb though. There should be 2. Looks like there's 2 more. Okay, they're coming forward. This one is stuck here in the lumber camp. Thinks it's a lumberjack. More demos coming forward. Again, the demos are nice and all, but there's nothing behind it. 2 on food. 0 on gold. I mean, so here's the thing. Like, I know in a position like this, you feel like as Snowman, you don't want to tap out. But when I get in a position like this, like, I just see there's no way for me. There's only ways for me to maybe not lose for a little bit longer. There's no way for me to win. We can't contest this castle. We don't have any military. We can't raid our opponent. We do have a lot of eco still. I mean, less than our opponent. We still have 100 vills. But we have 2 military. And we're getting in this TC. But this is going to go down. This is going to go down. Everything's going to die for Snowman here. I do like the way they played on the water here with the demos and sort of stopping, like buying themselves time. But the thing is, they like bought themselves time for what, right? Still no Halbin for Grinch, which is frustrating. Bought themselves time for what, right? Like, they still can't push the castle, so it still doesn't really do much for them. Does it seem pretty evenly matched? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think both players are pretty evenly matched here. I think they both have a good shot at winning any of these games. I think this one... I mean, Snowman did a really good job of protecting the fishing ships, so they had a better castle time. I feel like Grinch was just a little bit better on the water control in the center. And, you know, losing the TC here was pretty bad, but I think the Grinch's eco setup back home was just a little bit better. So they were able to get up to Imp, and then with the Imp timing, I mean, it's just been devastating here. We still don't have Halbin for Grinch. We're also missing an attack upgrade as well. We're getting ballistics. Crossbows are in. This castle will go down to the Trebs. And we're getting ballistics now for Snowman, but I mean we have 32 on wood, no 1 on food. I mean, yeah, okay, and then the GG is called. I don't know, it's hard to say. Snowman did buy themselves a lot of time here in the water. So I feel like maybe if somehow they were able to get up to Imp behind all that, you know, if they got cannon galleons out or something, or even Trebs, maybe they could destroy this position and kick back. But I feel like Grinch just took a bit of a better position with their eco. Just kind of had a better eco setup. At some point, you know, Snowman wasn't really doing any damage to their economy, so Grinch was able to secure themselves the win there. So, let's go ahead and get into the next game. Oops, wrong thing. So, welcome everyone to game number 4. This is match point for Snowman. Oh, sorry. Grinch, my bad. Match point for Grinch. They won the last game. And we have, on Fortified Freeze, Teutons for Snowman in the red. Grinch in the green with the Lithuanians. So we're playing Fortified Freeze. This is an arena-style map. But there is Shorefish in the middle, which you will want to secure. I mean, it's like very valuable. If your opponent is on Shorefish and you aren't, that's a lot of food eco that you're missing out on. Which might mean you want to... Oh. Now that. Well, it might be quite good for Grinch that we have Shorefish in the middle because we just lost the boar. These farms are something as well. We need to pull in the cows right now. I don't know what... I'm not sure what the Grinch is looking at. I mean, I think we were scouting with the cows and everything. We weren't expecting to lose that boar, so... Okay, but this time we're going to lure in the second boar. We'll just forget what happened with the first one. And this time he's not even going to bother with the TC trick. Fair enough. It's just going to... It's kind of a bad spot, but you don't want to lose it again. That would be really bad. So, Teutons versus Lithuanians here. The Lithuanians, of course, get an attack bonus to their unique unit and knights to every relic. +1 attack, up to +4 for relics. They also have faster moving skirms and spears, which is a nice bonus to have. And for our opponent, we have Teutons. So, Teutons have conversion resistance, and they have more armor on their knights and their infantry units, or barracks units to be more specific. So their knights are pretty nice. They are a little more resistant to monks, which are kind of like one of their main counters. Although, you know, it is good. Like there are some cases where a Teutonic knight, a knight from the Teutons, Teutonic knight is a different unit. A knight from the Teutons might be able to get a kill from monk or get away, in which case another one would not be able to. But monks will still be a good option against them in small numbers in defense because the knight is still quite slow. So yeah, we're going out onto a mill early because we did lose that boar. So Grinch is trying to make something happen here. There's no loom on these bills, so we do need to be careful. Milling on the berries for Snowman. Not worried about going onto the Shorefish just yet. Maybe will in the near future. Both players just scouting around. Very important to know the position of the relics. Seems like pretty even positioning on all of them. Maybe slightly favoring Snowman, I guess. But this one's a little close to Grinch, so is this one. This one looks about equidistant. Getting our lumber camp up now for Grinch. So I'm not sure what Grinch's initial game plan was, but they might be thinking about a different option now, given losing the boar. That being said, they are Lithuanians, so they start with extra food. So it is a little less bad than if it was a different civ. And also they're on the Shorefish, which is quite nice. Now we're getting loom for Grinch, I think because we're housed. Where's the house? I'm not building a house. Are we just gonna click up? Oh, okay. Interesting. Hmm. So fast feudal here. So that means Grinch really needs to play for some kind of aggression here. Because if our opponent is up to fast castle, we want to punish that. And I think Snowman is thinking about fast castle here for sure. So is Grinch going to go for some kind of tower rush, I wonder? No one on stone. We do have a forward gold for Snowman. Be towered. This will be a fast castle from Snowman. We didn't even go out onto the shorefish. Fast castle into what, is what I'm wondering. It could just be boom. Students are a good booming civ. Cheaper farms is a really good discount. Onto the gold. No one on gold for Grinch. Actually, kind of looks like they could have a competitive castle time still, even with clicking up to feudal so early. Maybe thanks to the shorefish. We just add a market. Huh. Interesting. Looks like we're just going to sell for our gold. So it kind of seemed like Grinch was thinking about some feudal play, and then sees there's nothing really to hit. And now is just going to improvise. Go to fast castle anyway. Sell their stone, maybe? If they sell their stone, what are they going to go for? We definitely have the market first. Okay, so we sell our stone, we click up. So we will actually be up to castle edge way before our opponent. That's interesting. Kind of looked like a lot of that was enabled from the shorefish. The shorefish is actually so good. It collects so quickly. But I wonder what Grinch is going to do. We sold our stone. Our eco is pretty bad. Only 19 vills. So what are we going to do with this castle age timing? I don't see anyone mining stone. We're just going to have the gold. We're getting double bid axe. 2 vills coming forward. We could go for a monk siege rush. Blacksmith stable is going to be the buildings of choice for Snowman. It looks like this might be a monk siege rush to me. I'm not sure what Snowman's plan is here. With the stable, it definitely makes me think that they want to play for relics. But Grinch is going to be so much earlier to the castle age. You can drop the monastery way before your opponent can. So let's see. Okay, monastery. Snowman will scout that. Double monastery. Ooh. No siege workshop even. Interesting. We can grab that relic. This scout can actually do a lot of damage. We have to be careful with our monks. And our opponent does have a stable, so they can... Ooh, second stable. So they can just go for a light cab here. So I think we definitely want a barracks for Grinch. Otherwise, we're just going to lose all of our monks to light cab. I think the second monastery was a little excessive. We can't even produce... Like, we can't even produce out of the first one. But, fair enough. We don't have enough on gold, honestly. We just don't have enough bills. Now we're housed again. This has not been a cleanest game for Grinch, I wouldn't say. We don't have the gold to produce out of this siege workshop. We also were housed. This scout dying is good. We're actually producing knights, which is interesting because we saw our opponents on monks and we lost our scout. Okay. 2 monks out now for Grinch. Housed again. Okay, now the bear comes out for the spears. There's no siege yet, though, so we're not really putting any pressure on our opponent. This is a really... I'm a little bamboozled. We go for knights before any scout? Like, just another scout, at least? We don't get light cav, actually, as snowmen, which is funny. I mean, I know as Teutons, we have conversion resistance. I guess we'll see how good it is. But... I mean, I guess maybe you could just brute force with knights, but it could be a really big swing if you lose those knights. But we'll see. Right now, I still feel like Snowman has a much better position. Grinch has 3 minutes of idle TC time. I think losing that first board really messed up their whole plan, whatever their plan may have been. Up to 7 knights, though. Oh, okay, we need to get conversion really soon. That might actually be too late. We weren't quick enough with the draw, I don't think. Yeah. You really gotta start converting really early against Teutonic or Teuton Knights. Okay, we did get a conversion there, which is good, but now we can just camp the monastery. And now we have a much better eco. Things are kind of falling apart for Grinch here. We might get a conversion here, but okay, we do get a conversion there, which is good. But I mean, I think the push is kind of dead already. Our opponent has 10 more vills than us. We have 4.5 minutes of idle TC time. We have 1 on food. We can go for some conversions. Okay. To get 1, but someone can keep making knights here. You can even get devoted if they want. I think this is kind of GG. Gonna go for another conversion. Okay, that's a good one. We lose another knight. Yeah, look how Snowman can just brute force this with the Teuton knights. We're going for our own stable, but I feel like it's really late. We don't have any food production. It's really smart from Snowman to not add in a second TC just yet. I mean, both probably because we can't. Because of our eco balance, but you know, just sort of thinking about kicking off this push first before anything else, because we know our opponent invested a lot. I might not realize just how poor our situation is for Grinch. Making monks back home. So these monks can convert these, or at least kick them away. But they are killing the gate really quickly. We're not reacting for green. I think we were looking back here. We did get 2 conversions again, but now we're in. Either player needs to notice this. We're gonna house wall. All right. Kind of a wasted opportunity there for Snowman. We're housed for Snowman. Okay, now we're getting onto stone. Maybe you want to drop castle or TC. I actually still don't have a second. I feel like a second TC would be a good choice in the near future for Snowman. We do have a bunch of knights. I think it's just the first armor. So yeah, this is kind of... should still be fine. You look at any other civ, those knights would have been converted there. And I feel like this is the point where you might just think about mixing in a few scouts just to kill these monks a little quicker. But I mean, Snowman can just keep up what they're doing now, to be honest. We're producing monks from home now. Okay, yeah, now we see the second TC. Could get onto stone in the near future and just finish the job. This monster is gonna die. Yeah, I mean, now it's kind of like, what is Grinch gonna do from this position? We're getting devoted as well. I mean, we have a lot of monks for Grinch, but what can we do with those monks but defend? At some point we can drop a castle, but that's really far away right now. I kind of wonder why we dropped this TC. This is like so little farming space. And we already had a mill there. think it'd be better just to TC here than gold or something. And we have all the map control we could want. So we're going for their monks. We'll see how Grinch's monk control is. But there is 18 Teuton Knights. So even if we convert all of them, we probably lose all of our monks in the process. And we're losing the relics. And our knights have no upgrades. Well, actually, these are converted knights. I don't think we even made these. Knights are pretty blind, though. Okay, the conversions come out. I think you just commit. Yeah, you just commit to this. We're devoted and we're Teutons. So we got 5 conversions there. 6 conversions. We're pop-capped for Grinch. I still wonder, when does Snowman think about adding in scouts? Like, just to make their life easier. See, we just lost a bunch of knights there. We did kill a lot of monks, which is great. But, like, when do you just add scouts, right? Scouts are going to be way easier to work with here. Or you could even get Atonement if you wanted. Like, either choice. I still don't see how Grinch wins this, but... Okay, well... Now, actually, funnily enough, we have 10 knights for Grinch, and I don't think we made a single one. We could even try healing these up with our monks. 2 mills came forward, I don't know for what. We didn't really have the position for it. See some more conversions, maybe? Actually, no, they die. Some more conversions coming in. Devoted Teuton Knights, though. Took a long time to convert. And yeah, I mean, this is like... How does Grinch even win this now, right? We're gonna have a forward castle pretty soon from Snowman, I think, and then I think that'll be the real killing blow. I didn't mind Grinch's thought to sort of improvise when things didn't go well, but I think they sort of made a few wrong choices. It felt like... I mean, I don't even mind the monks in theory against Siege, but... Monks in Siege against the Teutons, but... I always think a forward castle would have done a lot better for you there. I mean, the second monastery was wasteful because we couldn't even produce out of it, and then we couldn't even produce any siege. Again, another palisade. What? Like, this must just be for vision, but I feel like a house would be much better, especially because you're popcapped right here. The palisade gives you so little vision. Anyway, here's the forward castle. Denies the gold, the only gold that Grinch has. And, okay, we're gonna build our own castle. Okay. Got some nice conversions. Okay, it goes up for Grinch, but the knights are gonna kill all the monks. Now we're just gonna pull back. Well, that's awkward for someone, but now we can just go kill all of the eco. Like, just go and kill all of the eco for Grinch. And what are they gonna do? Drop a mill for the shorefish? Yeah, see, like, even losing this castle, Snowman has such a winning position. It's still fine. 2 TCs, access to all the gold. We should actually delete that castle, which sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Man, I know that Teutons don't get Lycav, but when do you add scouts against monks? I'm missing upgrades as well for Snowman, but I think they definitely just want to go up to Imp. Which is fair enough. I think that is the play here. Yeah, get this castle up. You'd prefer the more forward castle, but it's still okay. You look how your opponent has 1 military. And actually, I don't even know if that... I'm not sure if that would have been converted or not. But it dies either way. Hit the TC, hit the Garrisonvilles. I mean, this feels very over. And we're up to Imp. We have about 2.5k score difference. Devotion is dumb. I don't know. Is it Devotion or is it Tunes with Devotion? I also don't think Devotion matter that much here. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think Grinch wins this game even if Devotion wasn't in the game, because you just had such a losing position and you kind of just couldn't do anything. I mean, I get it, it's frustrating. It's a lot of RNG elements, but you're up against Teutons and they have Devotion. I mean, like, even if they didn't have Devotion, they're pretty nasty. So, kind of, to me, it kind of seems like some strange salt from Grinch, if you ask me. I feel like he didn't play the game that well, but anyway, they weren't that rude. Sorry, I don't want to be too mean. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into game 5 here. All right, we're here into game number 5. This is match point for both players. Grinch dropping the yes. We have some very close TCs. So this is green for Grinch with the Italians up against Snowmen with the Tatars in the red. And we're on Winter Lakes. And this gen kind of looks a lot like Kawasan. So we just have 2 pools of fish on either side. So this map can have many different possible configurations of water. Water's always going to be important here, just like on a normal nomad setting, or sorry, normal nomad map. And kind of interesting here. We see Tatars picked for Snowman. And we've seen Snowman likes going for CA, so that makes sense. But, you know, they're not really much of a hybrid civ. I mean, they don't have a bad navy. It seems just fine, but they don't have a particular bonus for it, right? Italians do, though. They get cheaper fishing ships, and their dock techs are cheaper as well. So they're quite nice in water. Pulling in a boar here. Now, I don't think either player... Oh, never mind. So... Snowman might have an idea of where the enemy TC is. Hard to say what they know exactly. We have scouting kind of... I think that was just actually a Vil coming forward to build the TC. Almost losing a Vil there, but seems like it's just fine. Coming forward to build a house. Maybe to wall up against our opponent. It's actually like just barely out of vision for Grinch. So... typically on this kind of gen, I'd expect to see, you know, go for water. If you end up docking the same lake as your opponent, you would want to contest it for sure. A little more convenient for Snowmen here, I would say. Oh, Grinch hasn't spotted any water yet, actually. It's kind of a little unlucky with the scouting, but if you keep looking, you should be able to find... Sure, look in the corner for there's a water here. Should find the water pretty soon over here, yeah. I mean, you'll find that pretty soon, so may want to go over there for docking in the near future. Yes. Picking up Loom from Snowman. We're going to have Loom in for Grinch. Luring in this boar here. I actually don't have any fishing ships just yet. Tatar player. Okay, he's coming in now. Okay, now we're gonna dock this. So looks like both players are gonna dock separate pawns. Snowman does actually know about this pawn. Hasn't seen the dock, but does know it's there. I mean, Grinch, you can assume there's gonna be some other pawns. You know, it would be kind of a weird gen if there was only one pawn here. I don't know what happened here. We went to. Seems like Grinch is a little rattled. Kind of a bad boar lure there, but at least we got the boar. We didn't lose a vill. But we do have the dock out. We should get a fishy ship out soon. They are cheaper for the Grinch. We've had a kind of a cleaner Dark Age here for Snowman. 0 seconds of idle TC time and 34 seconds for Grinch. And I would say that's... Dark Age is actually even more important in this particular situation when your opponent's TC is so close. Because you're going to have less space to work with if you are, you know, put under a lot of pressure. And Grinch still hasn't scouted the opponent's TC. Snowman sees both docks. Doesn't know about the enemy's dock just yet. But they're continuing to scout. See how things play out here. Now, when you look at the Italians, you always consider the threat they can pose with their Genovese crossbows. If you can get Castle out and get a nice Genovese crossbow mass out, they are a really big threat to any cav play. Which includes the Tatar Steppe Lancers. Now, when it comes to CA, though, it's a little bit awkward. So, the Genbow do have less range than a typical crossbow would. So, in theory, they would match up a little worse against CA. But that also depends a little bit on micro and army control. Because if they get onto the Cav Archer, they should shred through them. Kind of a similar way to, you know, Knights or Cav Archers. If they get on top of CA, they do a lot of damage. But the main problem is they can get kited around very easily. Actually, we may know that our opponent's in this direction because we did lose. It looks like we lost something there. For the Grinch. We're housed for Snowman. Might cook up to feudal pretty soon. Kind of an awkward mill, but we needed a second building. Now we have actually similar amounts of idle TC time for both players now. 4 fishing ships for green, 5 for red. I wouldn't add any more other than 5 at this point. We're not going to gold for Snowman. Oh, okay, never mind. We are going to go for Snowman. So I probably do want some fires. We haven't seen the enemy dock still. Might be good to scout with the fishing ships. Just to make sure. If we spot the enemy pond, enemy's dock, we might consider, you know, docking their pond. We'll see what happens. Actually grabbing this stone. I don't know if that's just because it's under the TC and it's like, could be nice to have to sell. Or Prince wants to drop a castle. I think you definitely want to play towards Genovese crossbow here. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're just going to see a fast castle from Snowman. We're up to feudal first. So we should have much better feudal time than our opponent. It doesn't quite have the res. It's a nice outpost. I don't see that much just yet, though. Without Town Watch. I think it's still nice placement. We had a blacksmith. We don't have the wood for a market just yet, but it will come up in the near future. And an oddly peaceful start here with the TC so close. But Snowman's going to be up the castle age first. Ooh, going on to stone. Maybe think about castle. That castle drop can be so, like, bad for your opponent when your TCs are this close. You could even just drop a castle here behind the wood line. Nothing to stop you. And, I mean, then things are really rough. At least if you're in castle age yourself, though, you can, you know, build another TC. But I'm not sure. And we're buying stone. We definitely want to build a castle on our opponent's TC, it looks like, here for Snowman. So neither player is actually looking to contest in feudal any water control, which I guess is fair enough. We didn't see our opponent docking, so makes sense. The power of the market looks like we will have enough stone for Snowman. We scout the TC, so we weren't sure. We definitely are sure. Is a TC. I'm not sure where this build's going. Ooh, okay, so we're coming forward. Oh, where are we? Why are we not just building it here? Oh, we're going for super aggressive castle. Okay. The towers actually might deny this. We don't have that many vills. Man, I don't know. This is kind of do or die for both players. You gotta delete these houses and build the castle. That's why, I don't know why you just didn't build it here. I mean, I know this is like really aggressive. Oh, but is it gonna go up? Towers are almost up. Towers are up. We're at 73%. There's still a lot of vills working. Towers are trying to gonna kill things. Castle's almost up. I think it goes up here. I think we committed just enough vills. We're gonna lose a lot of vills, but the castle is up. We're not even at the castle age yet for Grinch. Okay, alright, so now what happens? It's kind of my question. Well, it looks like for Grinch, the game plan is get out, which, fair enough. And then, what does Snowman do? I think a couple of HICCs would do a lot of work. I think we wanted our own castle for Grinch, but yeah, things are really messy now. Our own castle on the opponent's TC would actually be pretty big. You could even drop it here on the hill behind the wood line. We bought stone, but we're just short a little bit of stone for it. I'm not sure where we're going with these vills. I think we really want to drop a castle. But sell some food. I mean, we have these three on gold, which are going to be our way to buy stone. And then we're going to drop a castle here. Is it enough? We actually get galleys here, which I don't know. I mean, I feel like this should just be fires. It's going to be easier to build. Okay, we are going to drop our own castle. Alright, now what does Snowman do? We're going to garrison the TC, but that's not going to do anything. I think we're just abandoning. Okay, and now we're going to base trade, pretty much. But this puts Snowman still in a better spot. Because Grinch is going to lose the fishing ships. Okay, yeah, now we get the second TC up way earlier than our opponent. Our opponent doesn't even have... Okay, they just have the res for lumber camp, which is good for them with some market use. Okay, so... Yeah, now what happens? That's what I'm kind of wondering. I mean, Snowman still has a much better position. But now, you can't really push this castle. So, Grinch has someplace safe to take res. But if you get like some archers or siege or something out, you can just sit around the castle's range and then like your opponent literally cannot do anything. We're outposting to make sure they haven't escaped anywhere else. We can actually see this right now, which is good. I think this might be GG for Snowman again. I mean, we are getting the TC up, but it's like much later than our opponent. So I'm not sure what they're going to be able to make happen here. Snowman doesn't see that. Fishing ships are dead. Okay, now we're making Genbo. We're doing fletching. Now so we can think about what they want to make. It's a little awkward against Genbo, like I said. You know, if you think about like all your cav options is what you want, they don't do great. But a single Keshek versus a single Genbo should actually be in your favor, I think. That means we have no upgrades. We do have fletching. Oh, there's a little outpost there. From the Grinch, just nestled against the castle. Genbo's just crossed wood and gold. Wow, if Grinch came back from this game, I mean, that would be huge. Oh, okay, but we're chopping another castle. Okay, that should range with fletching, actually. Genbos are out. Still just fletching on them. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying. I mean, we could just go full skirms at this point for Grinch. Or, sorry, for Snowman, if you really wanted to secure the win. We got fletching in. I think that's just for a castle, though. We actually might need... Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like that should range. Genbos are being a nuisance. Sniping fishing ships. Okay, so Snowman just needs to add some land military now, I think. Deal with the Genbo. Oh, it doesn't actually range. We need Bodkin. Okay, so we need Bodkin. Actually, Grinch doesn't even see this right now. That's funny. We need food. We need food for Bodkin. Now we're dropping the barracks. We can drop a range shortly afterwards. For now, this is just, I guess you can range some of the vills, but not the TC, which is amusing. Well, I mean, if Grinch is able to... I don't know, I mean, how do they win, though? I mean, I can see how they can not die, but I don't see how they can win. They actually have no gold right now. Purely from the market. There's a gold here they could grab. Did you see this? Oh, okay, they're on this gold. That's actually quite good. Oh, the Genbos are in, though. This is like Snowman. You're not producing any land military. You gotta deal with these Genbos. That's like the only thing that Grinch has right now. I don't know where, like, where's our range? We have a barracks up. Now we do have Bodkin in, so we can range the TC, which is great. Okay, there's the range. Still a huge eco lead for Snowman, to be clear. Like, I mean, Grinch would have to do so much to come back in the game, but we do have 7 Genbo. Oh, we're gonna grab stone. Maybe he wants to grab a, get another castle at some point. Snowman can actually see this with really good vision and could bring the galleys over, but they do have to notice that. Range is up. I mean, I honestly, I guess you could go stay here, but, I mean, I wouldn't, like, just going full skirm here, I feel like is not bad. You just need to secure your position and stop losing units to the Genbo. Yeah, great, at least skirm. We have Bodkin. We were missing the armor, but Bodkin is good. We're on stone now. Does Snowman notice this? I don't think so. I think Snowman's just looking here. I think it really needs to... Oh, man. I mean, that'd be really big for Snowman to notice that. Oh, we actually have a siege workshop for Grinch. Maybe I spoke a little too soon. We can take wood under the castle. I'm not sure if that's the plan. I don't think idling the vills in the castle is the play, though. I'll tell you that much. What? Okay, yeah, lumber camp. Yep. Snowman still hasn't noticed this. Oh. I think just... Actually, I'm not even sure if they noticed that, or that just they finished killing the dock and looked over here. I don't know. Not enough stone to drop a castle. Still a terrible eco for Grinch. But now we're getting the skirms out. The Keshik finds some kills here. That's really bad for Grinch. And really not what you want to see here is losing more vills. This castle's kind of the only place we can secure stuff. I mean, this should never be able to happen for Snowman, but, or for Grinch, but Snowman just didn't have any military out to stop that. Now we have Mangonel out. Okay. Keshik can kill that. 20 eco for Grinch. We can actually grab this gold. Keshik can kill the Mangonel, like I said. But we need the skirms to kill the Genbo. Okay, Keshik comes forward. Should do the job. Genbos, again, will shred this, but we don't only have 2 here, so... It is a 20 eco. We have no... we have no TC for Grinch, actually. We do have a lumber camp, but, I mean, no TC? How do they do anything now? Genbo's finding more damage. Keshik dies pretty much instantly. Sec lag. We need more skirms. We lose some to the castle. Okay, we build another TC. We're outposted like everywhere. And we should see this if Snowman's watching, but I think Snowman's watching this. And yeah, okay, we get the armor, we get Horse Collar. We're housed again. I've seen a lot of people get housed in this set. I respect that. It's big how I play the game. I still don't see how Grinch wins this, though. I mean, we have a TC up now, but... I mean, our position is just god-awful. And this is like our only military we have to do anything with, and we're gonna lose it all. Mangonel. Come out too late to kill the skirms. Kill this dock, which is nice. Now Snowman just needs to like get a siege workshop up and kill this TC. Actually, just sending out some vills. Yeah, I don't mind the Keshe to just deal with the siege. You just have to be careful around the Genbo. But there's only 2 of them now. Adding another TC back here. We actually have 8 fishing ships that are... They're great, but they're about to do nothing. So... I don't think we're going to see fishing traps. But again, this is like... This is a huge lead for Snowman. I don't see how Grinch takes his back now. Yeah, we know about this TC. I mean, Snowman isn't really in a rush, but, like, you know, Siege Workshop, kill this, I mean, that's game over. But I think just wants to go up to Cast, or sorry, Imperial Age. Secure things for sure. Kill the castle, kill the TC, then there's, like, legitimately nothing Grinch can do. And these vills are finally gone for Grinch. Really good find for them, but yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, I don't know what Grinch can do. It feels very over. Actually, losing this market would be huge as well. Huge loss for Grinch. I mean, no disrespect, but I am actually going to fast forward here. I think there's legitimately nothing I can even talk about. We see, like, no production from Grinch, is trying desperately to get up to Imp, but the Tar player is going to be up to Imp way first. Getting the Archer armor. I mean, they're going to be up to Imp by about a minute. They're going to have Trebs out. They have the eco for it. And, I mean, what can Grinch really do? Once we lose this castle, it's totally over. Getting gold mining. Was it before bow saw or heavy plow? That's funny. Yeah, look at this. It's 40 eco difference. So even if somehow we hold into this castle and we kill this castle, we have to kill so many bills. Bracer coming in. We have all of the armors we could want for our skirms. And the GG is called there. And the set does go to Snowman. Very messy game there. Just sort of the fact that Snowman was much quicker to Castle Age, had a much cleaner Dark Age, was able to drop the castle first. I think that kind of sealed the game from the beginning, right? Like then, Grinch was just kind of totally out of place. I mean, to be fair, they did what they could to try and find some openings with the Genbos lurking around, doing what damage they could. But I think the game was kind of over at that point. And so, GG's to both players. Congrats to Snowman for winning the set. They will go into the semifinals. And I'm pretty sure, again, Snowman's Harry T. I'm not sure who Grinch is, though. If we take a quick look back at the players, I mean, yeah, I feel like Snowman is Harry T. I'm not sure who Grinch was, to be honest. I feel like it could have been a lot of players. I almost felt like, to me, it kind of seemed like our base, but the evidence from the first set we saw of Grinch didn't really support that from what everyone else seemed to think. But to be honest, it's very hard for me to say. I feel like a lot of our guesses hinge on the previous guesses that we had. And if those are wrong, then, you know, we're kind of screwed. We don't really know. But in any case, that's all for me, folks. My voice is quite tired. I may be live later today casting some WWCC. We'll see what happens. I will let everyone know. But otherwise, I think that'll be it for me. Again, this has been the Hidden Christmas Cup. Big thanks to Zardes for hosting the thing and inviting me to cast. It's been fun to cast, but I'll be done for the rest of the event. You can tune in to the other people's streams for the semifinals and the grand finals. And yeah, that'll be all for me, folks. So have a good one, and I may see you later today.